Here it is.
All right,
Here's
we're
the
off.
music that I'm
They can hear us. They can hear us.
Welcome everybody to another episode of the Looming Shadows of Cidria.
I forgot to change
joined
the episode title.
That happens.
I'll fix it in post. At this point, we're way too into this with the 9-minute thing. I'll just fix it in post.
I am joined today by my fellow friends and padres.
And us.
And us.
Sorry, Jacob.
Here playing as Solus. We have Deacon playing as Korvac. We got Richard playing as Elrin. We got Alex playing as the Saturn normal, regular guy, as he likes to call himself, Garrick. And then we got the mysterious Razmira being played by Snow. Say hi, everybody.
Hi.
Hi, everybody.
For the record, by the way, I would like to point this out because this is a big deal. We're on session 40 of this.
Holy shit.
We're on episode 40. We're on episode 40 of this.
Session 40. I am amazed that it's gone this long.
Yeah,
it only feels like yesterday. You guys were like level 5.
It was like a year ago.
I wasn't even there.
Still, you don't feel like it yesterday.
I wasn't even here when you guys were level 5.
No, you weren't.
Nope.
So,
I came in, well, you guys were what, level 8?
I came in when you guys were like, what, level 13 or something?
We were level
11. We were level 11
11.
when you came here. Either way, Jacob, take us away.
Either way. So, we're gonna be starting off tonight's episode a little bit different. Fury, was not here for a couple of sessions, which is fine, but there is some stuff that we did not want to go over since she was absent, which is fine. We'll go over that first thing right off the back. Last session, the group arrived the group arrived over to the port city of Dunmar, over in the Dwarven Kingdom. They had they had a good amount of interaction during the trip. Elrin went through and helped trained Momoku a bit. Garrick and Razmir came back, and the group walked in upon a land that had been ravaged by whatever forces of nature surrounded the lands of the dwarves. They eventually made their way to Fort Barmouth, where they were encountered by a horde of magical Capines whom they have fought previously. And after a good defense, the essential border patrol came through, took out the remaining, and brought them back within there to have them checked up on and see if the magic is completely gone out of them. During the fight, Elrin was healed by a mysterious person who was lurking in the shadows, but before you could get a glimpse of him or her, they vanished. So, with that out of the way,
and Elrin gained a new pet.
Elrin gave
Gain a new pet?
Well, Alistair.
Oh yeah, Alistair's been around for a bit of time.
He's been around for a while.
Yeah, Alistair's aren't with them, but
actually none of our pets are with us.
Yeah, none of your guys' pets, well, except for Inej.
And
DW.
Because we literally didn't have a choice because we were frozen in the situation, but we hid them from the place, so that way nothing happened.
Don't we have a drink too somewhere?
No, Korvac didn't bring it with him.
No.
Okay.
So before we hop into session, I do want to make a little bit of an announcement. Currently, right now, in the cellar that I am currently locked in, doing D&D 4, definitely don't have anything pointed at my head. I'm joking. It is currently storming where I'm at. No, I won't. I will stop.
The area we're in is storming. Technical difficulties might happen. Internet might cut out. If we have to, we'll end stream early. We're letting you know now. It could happen on my end too, due to the fact that I'm also in a similar area. However, it's calmed down on my end, so we should be fine. However, we will, adapt to the situation accordingly.
Yep. Just some slight storms here and there, but that's quite alright. Anywho, we're gonna start back up a week ago. So before you guys went to go and take care of Thanalis, Solus, you and Garrick were summoned up to the tower to speak with Moon, to do your last bit of training before you guys head off. As you guys walk up to the top of this tower, you see her sitting there playing her flute, and you guys could kind of see strong wind lines waving around her, kind of circling her, almost as if the wind's kind of in a trance, almost.
Alice would wait for the performance to end before even trying to approach her.
So would Garrick. He remembers last time.
It goes on for a few minutes, having some leaves from nearby trees from below swirl around her, and eventually, the performance ends in a very soft melody that almost could put someone into a deep sleep. Well, it is a pleasure to see both of you again.
As it is to you, Moon.
Sister Stolas, you have done, well, a fantastic job in your endeavors. For that, you're going to be rewarded today. I need you to come here.
She would do so.
She goes and paints a mark onto your shoulder. And the mark has a line drawn down to your chest. This is the mark of air. Air can flow freely, and can be destructive and can be destructive as well. It is something that's both controlled and uncontrolled. Simply put it, it's a form of balance. Give me a second. Sorry about that. Where was I? Right. So, with this mark, you have proven yourself to be balanced. Being able to restrain yourself from going and letting your anger flow through you. When the time comes, there will be something special that will be granted to you, so should you be able to complete the remaining tasks. But for right now, it is simply just a mark. If you are to go and meet with the other tribes and receive their marks, then in the end, we will all come together for one small banquet of sorts. Wherever that shall be held at, that will be decided in the future. However, knowing that you have brought along such information, it seems as though this world is in a much dire state than what we had originally thought.
Fortunately, that seems to be the case.
I figured something was up, since there seemed to be quite a bit of imbalance within the world as I stepped foot here. But I have full faith that we'll all be able to go and fix that issue. Now then, there is another matter at hand that I'd like to teach you, both of you, before you guys head off. And if you choose to keep practicing it, when the time comes that all of us are together again, I will be more than happy, should you have proven to have trained hard enough, to teach you the advanced movements of our ways of combat. If you do not wish to learn of this, you are more than free to walk away.
If it will help in our mission, I will learn anything you have to teach us.
I just want control.
And control you will have. Stolas. Garrett here, typically, when it comes down to this sort of thing, it takes many, many years to master this. And for you guys, especially in Garrett's case, will take maybe not as long, but a good few years at that. What I am going to teach you is the form of style of Bonjong. A form of combat that allows you to move more fluidly and flee in battle. But with this, she goes and takes up a position, kind of breathing into sort of a mountain pose, bringing her arms down to kind of a heart center, and she takes a wide stance and does a short, quick jab, and you see a puff of air come out through her fist. you will be able to control the force of wind to your own benefits. Now then, let's start with the basics of it. I need you to roll, I need you, Solus, to roll a performance check. Well, actually, yeah. 21? Alright.
I give her guidance.
Alright.
D4.
Roll the d4.
This is for Solus. I'm giving yeah, okay.
Okay.
22.
She goes through and teaches you the basic stances for up close and long range with your legs. And you're able to grasp the concept pretty well. Almost to the point where she's kind of wide-eyed, but at the same wide-eyed with curiosity, but as well as enthusiasm. Very good, Solus. You are a quick learner in this. Garrick, you will need to take some practice with it.
I mean, I didn't roll yet,
What?
so...
Didn't you roll last session?
I know, that's the joke.
Yeah,
That's the joke. Well, not last session, 2 sessions ago, but that's the joke. That's literally the joke of it. It's, oh,
yeah.
I didn't roll yet! I mean, for the sake of argument, can I just do a reroll? Not a non-canon reroll, but just like a, how could I have done?
Let's find out.
Yeah. If I get a natural 20, I swear to
This is
God.
non-canon, this is just for shits and
Oh no,
giggles.
this is just for shits and giggles. I rolled like a 12. I rolled like a 16 last time because of
Guidance.
yeah. Oh.
Funny.
Oh.
Well, it happens, I guess.
Oh well. I accept this. I rolled what I rolled originally, and I accept it. This was just for
How
shits and
could
giggles.
this happen to you?
Well then. Solus, I think you're ready to take it a step further with this. Now, what I want you to do is, before you go and take this form, I want you to look inside of yourself and take a deep breath calmly and try to summon a small amount of the air around you.
She would do so. Was that a
Roll-
wisdom?
That would be a wisdom, yes. A
Guidance.
wisdom check.
Ouch.
You try.
I gave her guidance, so I mean, she could get at the very least get into double digits.
Well, I'm going to get in the double digits guaranteed, but I doubt the DC is 10. Might as well have a look. Whoops. Whoops, that's a backslash. What the fuck?
10.
10. You try breathing calmly and getting everything correct, but no matter how hard you try, you just can't seem to summon the air around you to you. Well, I suppose that will take some time to learn. But that is alright. Need not to get that correct right now. Only to practice that, and this form will be stronger. She goes and shows you a form. It's sort of a right hand jab. And then as she releases the punch, she goes and quickly moves into a left roundhouse kick to follow that up with another one. And as she does the flip, she goes and does another quick jab. As you can see, this is a move that you move quickly, but also fluidly, freely, moving with the air around you. I want you to do what I just showed you. Give it a try.
Can I do this as well?
You can try.
Yeah, because, you know.
Performance.
Yep, performance check.
I mean, I would wager it's more of a dex check, because, I mean, I know it's
I'm even worse at dex. Don't make it be dex. I'm even worse.
Jacob. Could I argue for advantage? Because I do have Tavern Brawler, which does let me be proficient with unarmed combat, so it's not like I'm unused to these kind of movements.
Sure, I'll allow it.
Okay.
Also, this me being me, the whole right jab, left roundhouse, right jab does not flow fluidly for me. Now, if it was a left hook kick, that would make more sense.
Alright, performance, you said?
Mm-hmm.
Alright, with advantage and guidance. 14 plus 2, 16.
Alright. So, Solus, you try to do it in the speed that she did it, but it comes out sluggish. Garrick, you were capable of doing it a bit better. Still needs some work, but you got the right idea down with the form.
Yeah.
That was alright, but still needs some work. It is something that takes quite a bit of time to practice. But this is one of many different forms that you can do in terms of using this style of combat.
It is completely different to the one I studied at the monastery. The ones we learned from the ones we learned from the Fire Nation. Haha, jokes.
Azula was your teacher. Sensei Azula was very cruel. She shot lightning at me.
The styles we learned back home were very much more grounded in strength and aggression than these flowing movements. It's definitely foreign to me.
That is most understandable to be not used to it. These are more so to break down your enemy's defenses as fast as you can without fully damaging them.
Yeah.
Once their defenses are down, you can go in and, well, if you trained hard enough, could potentially go and block their own energy. But of course,
Great, so we're learning Gentle Fist, basically. We're learning Gentle Fist here.
Fun
there's
fact.
but
Go ahead, Jacob. Sorry.
There's only been a few people within the history of the tribe of ours, and that's actually been capable of doing it.
One of them called Neji, by any chance?
No.
Alright, by the way, fun fact, Jacob actually did research real-life martial arts in order to work with this analogy.
Lol.
Yeah,
What did you base it off of? Wing Chun?
No. The Bajong, I believe?
Bajong.
Bajong.
I'll have to look that one up.
It's
that's not one I'm familiar with.
It's a Chinese martial arts.
So it's Wing Chun, but yeah, that's not one I'm familiar with. I'll have to look that one up.
In any case, that is all I really have time to help teach you guys. You guys must be busy and have other plans in mind.
No.
However, if we meet each other again before we have the meeting of the tribes, which hopefully we'll be able to convince the other tribes to do so, then I will be more than happy to teach you guys a couple of different forms beforehand. More of the other basic ones.
Now, question, because this is a flashback, and I didn't want to say this until actual session, but Garrick would have been practicing some of the forms in Odinstead, and knowing Solus, I'm going to assume she would have practiced on the journey there. Fury?
Solid.
Yeah, more than likely.
Could we roll another check for that week, just to be like, okay.
Yep.
Alright, so performance or dex, or wisdom, depending on what we're trying to do, I guess. I'll let you go first, Solus.
You want so for the inside, so for trying to summon the winds to you guys, that will be a self-insight check.
All right. I will roll self-insight.
As for the actual forms themselves and the movements, that will be either a performance or dexterity check.
All right. I can't give you guidance, Solus, because I am literally in another world currently. I would if I could.
Yeah, fair enough. I'll give an insight on myself. Soft 20, motherfuckers.
All right, guidance for this. 14.
Not bad.
Solus is obviously better.
Because you guys are in a more widely, like, since you guys are in a more, well, at least for Solus, since Solus is in a more wider space, if she were to practice this on the, actually, where would Solus practice this, by the way? I figured I should ask this.
You're on a boat for a week, so.
On the boat, probably just on the upper deck.
On the upper deck? Okay. Then
where the wind actually is.
Yeah, you definitely passed, and you were capable of summoning a small amount of the wind towards you to use within the form. Garrick, because you were in a more condensed area, you were able to do it a couple of times.
Yep.
But
it's clear I need more training.
You could only hold it. You could only hold it up for a short amount of time. So
and now the dex check.
At least 30 seconds.
And now the dex check, because why wouldn't I? And I'm going to use guidance on myself again. This is not my day as Garrick.
Well, we'll do a performance for mine.
13.
Unnatural 20.
No, 13 for me.
13 for you.
Yeah.
And 18 for me.
Okay, Garrick, you were able to pull it off halfway through one of the times you were doing it, but the other times you just completely fell through with it. You weren't moving freely. You were more so using a lot more of your strength than you were
your
movement speed.
Fair enough.
Solus, you were able to pull it off near exactly like Moon showed you, and a couple of times when you ended it, you saw a small puff of air, but it wasn't as strong as Moon did it. You're getting close. So you guys made pretty good improvements.
But again, Solus made much more better improvements than Garrick, obviously.
Yeah.
Which, good for you, Solus.
So, with that, we're gonna cut to a week later. Let me change up the
week
music.
later.
1 week. No, I got this. 1 week later.
The entire world is burning! Alright,
God damn it, Solus! What did you do? I was gone for a week!
I was gone for 1 week!
Nope. I had a part to play.
God damn it! You set the ocean on fire! How did you set the ocean on fire?
God damn it, both of you! How the
With
fuck?
a lot of time and effort.
With a lot of time and effort.
To be fair, if there was one person I believe could set the ocean on fire, it'd probably be Solus. Or
She'd find a
Korvac.
way.
You find a way. You find a way.
Find a way.
Fire finds a way.
Finds a way.
Alright, anyways.
Alright, sorry. We're on the train, right?
You guys have approximately half an hour before the train comes back to get you guys. Since it is going to take you guys an hour to get there via train, is there anything you guys would like to do? You guys were informed that there is a bar, or a tavern, a couple of shops for clothing, a few magic shops, and one armor smith, and a general goods store.
I am gonna go last because the first bit of this was which means Solus.
Same.
I guess. Would anyone like to go before me? Because
No.
I will be generous and let others go.
No, go first.
All right. Well, Elrond's gonna go to gonna see if there's any magic shops.
Yep. Roll an investigation through this bustling, sort of it's kind of underground, but it's not at the same time.
24.
Quesona's back.
Oh no.
You find a magic shop that's located on the southern end towards the back of the little town. Hello, and welcome to Jeffrey's Magic Shop. How can I help you today, good sir?
I need to see if you have any enchanted longbows that I can utilize.
Enchanted longbows. Let me see. He goes to the back of the room, and you hear a lot of banging. No, not it either.
Stereotypical cat sound.
You see, you see a cat growing outside the room. You hear. Oh, what's this? Sir, can you let me out? Oh yeah, right. You were supposed to let out a while ago. Here, give me just a second. You see a goblin come flying out through the shop doors. All right. Here we go. We have a little enchanted longbow that well, it shoots stuff. It has a little bit of a kick to it. A lot of people are saying that they they break their arm whenever they go and fire this bow. It's a pretty heavy bow, so that's up to you if you want it.
I'm probably don't, but can I see if I can like roll an Arcana check, see if I know what they're referring to in terms of this bow?
Yep.
14.
You don't know right off the back what it is. You've heard rumors that people within the Dwarven kingdoms have developed some sort of some bows that are capable of dealing basically dealing force damage, but a lot of those bows were sort of recalled due to needing further testing.
He goes, do you have anything else? I'd prefer to not break my arm and be a liability in combat.
Let's see, magic bow. Well, I think I do have one other item. Let me go and grab it.
All clanging and banging sounds.
More cat Wilhelm sounds.
Sergeant, no! Sergeant Cathill, no!
You hear a loud screaming back. Oh, no, that is definitely not it.
Then you hear a Wilhelm scream.
Alright, here you go. I have a magical bow right here that when you fire an arrow, it'll go through, like, when you fire the arrow. Alright, imagine this. You're in the woods and you're about to go and encounter an enemy bandit camp. And it just so happens that one of those bandits went through and tried to date your daughter. Well, you didn't like the guy, so you wanted to scare them. Well, you fire one shot of the arrows here, and the arrows will go through and make a wild animal sound. We have many selections here. This one happens to be a tiger.
So it's great for distraction.
Actually, yeah.
And it is magical, so for the sake of overcoming damage immunities and resistances, it still counts.
That could very well provide distraction. How much for it?
Let's see. For this bow, you see this tan-skinned human guy kind of push up his glasses, and then you see him transform into a giant dwarf. Alright, that one will be...
Oh.
That'll be 1,800 gold.
Just need to be RB.
1,800,
Yes! He transforms back. 1,800 gold exactly.
Is this dwarf All Might?
No.
I am here.
No. Actually, Elrin, roll me a history check real quick, bud.
25.
You would know what what type of race this guy would be. He's many races. You would recognize him as a changeling.
You know, the last thing I'd expect to see in a place like this is a changeling.
Ah, I see. You have traveled quite. You've traveled quite a bit, haven't you?
You have no idea.
Well, good. There's not a lot of us left. Anywho, are you gonna buy the thing or not?
Wait, what'd he say?
There's not many of them left.
That makes sense, actually.
Sure.
All right.
Well, real quick. Actually, about 1,500 for it.
1,500.
That would be a persuasion.
You know what? Here. Let me cut you a deal. I'll happily take it for 1,500 if you have something either equal or lesser value that you'd be willing to trade in for it. I always love new magical items that I've never seen before, so... Got anything that hasn't been brought around here?
I have
More
string.
than
No,
that.
I'm just kidding.
Oh, I have a deck of many things. The bird gave it to me. Pick a card. The void sucks to be you.
The void sucks to be you.
I stole the gem of seeing from the bird. I'm joking.
Oh, well, sir. Looks like I own your store now. Because you're dead.
Oops.
Everything I have on me, I'd prefer to keep. So, you know what? Fine, 1,800.
Hang on a second. Seemed like you really wanted that 1,500. How about this? This place here seems to have a bit of a reputation for information. You got any good rumors that you could exchange for this, bow? And for the price?
Oh, I hate you. You don't want to. Any good information?
Rumor. Well, it doesn't have to be exactly.
No. I said that out of game.
Yeah, any information, rumors of the sorts. You know, anything that he hasn't heard. Mind you, this is a little small shanty danty town.
In a nation that is very much isolationalist.
Yeah.
Like, who knows, like, how much of world history they have not heard of. Like, for all we know, they haven't heard of the events of 5 years ago. You know, it'd be like asking Japan in, like, 1000 who the King of England was.
So he leans in. Do you know anything about the Order of Mythical Beasts?
Order of Mystical Beast. Order of Mystical Beasts.
A group that's been acquiring.
Heard of them.
They're a group that's been acquiring exotic animals. And have been quote unquote training them to do some unsavory things. In fact, I don't know if you knew this or not, but there was an attack earlier by a large group of Capines, and I believe that the Order was responsible for them.
Ooh.
Would you have to roll persuasion?
Roll persuasion.
I mean, you're good at this, so you should be.
Fuck me.
What'd you roll?
32.
Dude, even if you made it a DC 30, believe him.
Oh, now that is very interesting, good sir.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
So if you know anything about any animals, such as if you expect a nice little dog, that's normally kind and sweet, acting very wild and feral all of a sudden, and they're not foaming from the mouth, you could assume that the Order of Mystical Beasts is responsible.
I suppose that it's a very interesting rumor. Or information. Whichever of the sorts. Though... You know what? I didn't know about that. However, I will take your offer on that. You can get that for 15 gold.
1500.
But
1500.
he said 1500 for exchange for new information.
Yeah, you said 15 gold, so I just figured to correct you before you were like,
Yeah,
wait, no, I have 1500, I have 1500! Done, 15 gold, bye!
Listen here.
50 gold.
Listen. You wouldn't happen to be an acquaintance or trying to look for more information about or whatever the fuck they are called.
I just happen to hear my own rumors. Nothing you need to concern yourself with. That's probably a deception, isn't it?
Yeah, that'll be a deception.
Ooh, he actually might read me.
He has to roll an insight check, so he might. But keep in mind, a natural 2 for you is still a fucking 17.
I rolled a natural 2, and ended with a 17.
Yeah, he doesn't get anything. I mean, you pass this. You deceive him.
Jesus.
Well.
What a natural 2.
Well, that's fair enough. Just wasn't sure whether or not you were gonna go and looking for them. Now, if you were, there's only but a handful of people out there that knows any more about them. And most people don't go looking for these people. But you look like the type of guy that does. So I figured I'd ask. But if that's the case, you yourself, sir, should have a really good day.
Too. Thank you. Thank you for your patronage. As he takes the bow and leaves.
No problem. Come back again to Jeffrey's Wonders Emporium.
Oh boy. So what is this? So what is this bow? It's a longbow, I presume, right?
Yeah, what are the stats of it?
It is this is a bow of distraction. So it is a here I'll just send you the stats real quick.
Okay.
Hey, it's a magical weapon, man. It overcomes for the sake of dance purposes. No matter how mundane, it overcomes it.
It overcomes it.
Also, I guess you can let the chat.
Well, he's in roll 20, so
Yeah, he might have had to go away.
probably.
I believe it's Rasmir's turn.
Yep, it is Rasmir's turn.
Actually, one last thing. While he's heading back to the group, I want to just keep an eye out, see if I happen to see any individuals keeping an eye on me.
All right.
Any shadowy individuals.
Give me a second.
That
Roll 20, please. Upload this. Go ahead. Roll a perception check. Yep.
Natural.
good fucking luck. Good fucking luck to anything.
There isn't anybody lurking in the shadows, but you do see you do see someone. You do see. Give me a second. Where is it?
Jesus.
Where's my
Not even the gods
notes?
can hide from me.
Not really.
Greater invisibility, greater perception, bitch.
Greater perception, bitch.
Give me a second. You do see, as you start walking away from the shop, you do notice a sort of drow-looking individual kind of staring at you as you walk out. Doesn't say anything to you, but they kind of eye you and sort of look away. But you do notice that every now and then they look back towards you to see if you're still within range of them.
Okay.
I keep a mental note of that.
I have
I'm not
in
gonna say
I have
anything.
in literal notes.
I'm just gonna keep an eye as I start heading back to the group.
All right, speaking of, it's Rasmir's turn.
I'll be right back. What?
My turn. Okay, so as in, let's see, what can I do? I'm gonna check out the magic shops. I'm gonna
Alright.
check out the magic shops real quick.
Roll an investigation.
Oh, okay. Dee. I'm proficient with it somehow. There we go.
Maybe because of the haunted one background.
Think so, yeah.
Alright,
19.
So you find the locations of two shops. You find the locations of Jeffrey's Wonder Shop Emporium and another one by the name of Nolan's Imported Goods and Magical Delights.
Okay, I'm gonna check both of them. I'm gonna check Jeffrey's place first.
As you walk in, you see a tanned, about 5'4", human male-looking guy with long dark hair and sort of roundish glasses, similar to ones of Harry Potter. You know, those round glasses.
I guess nerd glasses.
Welcome, good patron, to Jeffrey Shop's Wonder Emporium. How can I help you today?
I'm just I'm looking around.
Well, by all means, browse. We have a lot of knickknacks and doodads and himamajiggies that come from many great places. You want potions to make someone fall in love with you? We got that. You want some scrolls to do some magic stuff? We got that too. If you just want a screaming sword, oh, we don't have that one. But I know someone who does. It'll terrify your children on their birthdays, but that's okay. Some kids need to be scared. Oh, it very much is. I scared my own son. Unfortunately, I think he died, but I'm not sure about that. Anywho.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Jesus, man.
Oh my god. This isn't kind of like a low-key shock after hearing this.
It's like one of those really old adverts. The only home of challenge pissing. That's right, challenge pissing.
Oh my god, that was such a funny line.
If you really want to do something to individuals, he pulls out a jar that almost seems to have nothing in it. Here, open this jar.
I feel like this is a trap.
You can roll an Arcana check. Or actually, do you speak Abyssal?
Yes, I do.
So alright, so the writing on this says...
The writing?
Yes, the writing on the jar.
I can't read that.
Remember,
I can't
missing
read it.
eye.
Oh, yeah.
I
True.
can't read anything other than common simply because of the monocle. It
Yeah.
doesn't have anything else.
Yeah,
it
it's
only
just
has the
common.
enchantment that. Yeah, it could only do common. I can't read any other language. If I had both eyes, I would, but I only have one.
True.
If you do you know what this says on here?
Ah, yes. I always like surprising people with this. That, my dear, is a jar of screams. Supposedly kept from, supposedly stolen from some bandit or sorcerers. I don't know. Stolen from far off that seal the souls of whom they killed inside this jar. Mainly to scare the living crud out of people. It doesn't serve really too many purposes, but if you really want to go and scare people with it, this is the best thing to do it with. Though once it's broken or all the screams are gone, I'd imagine that they're gonna, well, it's just gonna be a regular empty jar.
She's looking at the jar.
Never K-Sona come to this place.
She's looking at the jar and she has this like evil smirk on her face. Nah. I think that bird is rubbing off on me. God damn it. I don't know about the jar. How much is it exactly? She kind of places it back on the table.
That jar, well, considering its rarity, and I actually don't know how much level of magic is in it, I'm willing to bargain since it's just a simple 12-ounce jar. Well, 400 gold.
400 gold for a jar full of screams.
Hey,
I think, to me, that seems a little expensive.
well, I mean, if you have any information or anything that is magical that I have yet to see that you're willing to part with, I'm willing to lower the price. Or make just an exchange for it.
I don't think anything in my arsenal would stoop so low.
Do you have any health potions?
I'm not giving you my health potions.
That's fair.
Or
Well,
a jar of screams. For a
I am
playful
willing
prank?
to... Alright. Well, what would you like to put in as an offer then, to see if we can make a deal?
I would like to just set that aside. Anything else? Any like enchanted items other than a jar full of screams? A sword that can scare the shit out of people? A useless cape? Something of use, valuable.
Well, I do have one. I have a pair of magical boots. Mind you, they can only do this for a certain amount of time, I guess, chances with it. It has charges on it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a pair of boots of flying that are limited in their flying capabilities. Not so much as good as the original ones, but they have about 30 uses of them, from what I could tell.
A shame we have wings.
Uses.
Not dang it, we could give it to
Shame.
Ellerin.
We can't give it to Ellerin. We could give it to
Olive.
the paladins. Not me, but discount paladin over there.
Trans
Eat shit and die.
Yes, fuck you.
Discount and trans paladin.
Eat shit.
Are you
Solace,
calling me a
Mirage
trans
Mira.
paladin?
Eat shit. and die.
Yes.
Yes, fuck you. That seem. I'm not quite sure. I don't know if my friends would use it. I only have one friend who is able to use it.
Oh yeah, because they don't wear boots.
And then we have
Oh,
wings.
yeah, good point.
So,
because-
like, what's the
because-
point?
yeah, because well, actually, do boots of flying mold to the wearer?
Technically,
Make
they
it look
should.
like they could look like shins or something.
Technically, for where it does change.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Well, I wonder who could use that. Looking at the Dragonborn with no wings.
Looking at the head.
Which
Dragonborn
one?
that could've-
Which one? There's two of you.
I was about to say looking at the Dragonborn that can't fly even if they had wings because they're in heavy armor, but then again, which
There's
one?
two of you.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I forgot. You don't fly.
I don't have. Even if I had wings, I wear full plate.
True.
I'm not too sure. Hmm. Is that all?
Okay.
Well, is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Hmm.
If I have to back out of the game real quick because something's not loading in.
It's fine, we can still roleplay though.
Yep.
Something of protection.
Something of protection.
Mm-hmm.
Armor, weapons, clothing.
Magical item. Perhaps mind shielding would be something.
Mind shielding.
Mm-hmm.
Let me go and check. He goes into the back. You hear a lot of thudding noises and crashes. And you hear a dog, woof. Nope, not a cat, a dog. And you see a dog get thrown out of the room.
I catched a dog.
It's a little Great Dane.
Oh, so cute.
Alright.
A little Great Dane? Are you kidding me?
Puppies are a thing. Puppies are a thing.
Puppies.
True, but Great Danes are nothing but little.
It's a puppy they are.
True.
Oh, you're so cute.
Here we go. I have a singular ring of mind protection.
Is it the ring that I am thinking of that is an official item of D&D?
Yes.
So Ring of Mind Shielding then would be that item.
The actual ring of mind shielding.
Yes.
Yeah, no, it's an actual ring.
It's an actual ring.
Does require attunement though. It's an uncommon item.
I know that. Let me see it. What does the ring look like? Is there anything unique about it?
The ring looks like a tiny brain on a ring.
Just shut up. Jacob can have it look like whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah, this is literally Jacob's world.
I know.
It can look like a bunny if he wants to.
Yeah. It could look like anything. So that's up to Jacob.
Jacob, what does the ring look like?
So the ring itself, it has a kind of multicolored, almost in the shade of kind of the colors of a rainbow on it, and in the middle of it you see encrusted onto it a hen with a shield strapped around it, kind of like a doctor's little what's it called, the thing, the headband that they wear sometimes, the little flat, like,
So it's a scrub. It's scrub.
Yeah, scrub. Yeah, basically a scrub. A little scrubbed shield attached to the head.
How much for this?
This, I've had this for quite some time. Willing to part ways with it for 250 gold.
250 gold?
250 gold.
That sounds like a really good price for the rarity of that item. I'm gonna take it.
It's an uncommon item. That's about average for that kind of item.
It's average, but it's actually really good for what it is. And what I want it for.
You might want to check it for stored souls afterwards.
Probably. Well, I could do that stuff in a second. She kind of inspects it.
No.
She inspects it and goes, who did you get this off from? Just asking.
That is a good question.
Was it just given to you by somebody? Did they trade for it or?
Well, this particular item, it came from a merchant that came from the east, Far East, I believe. Been digging around some ancient ruins, and they stumble across the dead body, and they're like, "Oh, cool, a ring." Brought it to an appraisal, and they brought it to someone to get it appraised. They told them what it was. They didn't want it, so they've been searching for someone to sell it to, and they came to me, and I was like, "Sure, I'll happily take it off their hands."
She looks down at it, and now she's like, "Huh."
I mean, we'll know if there's...
Before you ask, just to reassure you, everything that comes into my shop, as by law, from the king himself, everything has to be tested to make sure that there isn't going to be any, well, curses or anything that could cause public harm, etc. Safety laws.
Mm-hmm.
So everything in the shop has been approved by the king himself.
So this is safe for me to have.
Mm-hmm.
There's
But
nothing in here.
There is nothing stopping you or anyone else from double checking.
I mean, if you put it on, if there's a soul in there, it will telepathically communicate with you, so you'll find out if there's a soul in there or not.
Yeah. Yeah, you could have my gold. And she kind of drops the 250.
Alright, pleasure doing business with you. Is there anything else I can get for you?
She pockets the ring. If I do, I'll come back later.
You see him shift shape into a turtle. Alright, I appreciate your business. You have a wonderful day.
That's cool. And she leaves.
I mean, you know what a changeling is. You've met Bellfire.
Yeah, she's like, that's cool, and she leaves.
Alright. Deacon's next.
Would he happen to hear about the boots of flying by any chance?
You got...
Well, Rosemary would be, like, still walking around, so... Actually, she'll end up in, like, a tea shop later if you actually want to talk to her about anything.
I mean, you could have just looked for a magic shop, because boots of flying are a
Or
thing.
you could just look for the magic shop.
God, I could.
Theoretically, if they're like normal boots of flying, they shape to fit the wearer. That's like the best thing about magic items. Like, they change shape and everything, so it fits the wearer, especially attunement items. Like, for example, you have a giant sword. If a dwarf gets attuned to it, it's now a dwarf-sized sword.
I have to BRB real quick. Could be a while, so if it comes up to Solace, just skip over me.
Okay.
Okay.
If need be, we'll come back to you on later on in the session.
Yep. Or you can just DM like what you're looking for, and then you guys can sell that off camera. But for now,
I think Tartarus would. I mean, not Tartarus. Korvac,
You
Same
have forgot-
character. I mean,
Same characters.
same
look,
player.
look. Tardis is proving to be a better smith than my forge cleric.
Why?
Come on.
Look,
I mean,
look,
you're
double
not
nat
wrong.
20s. Double nat. Anyways, just come on.
I guess Korak would actually already be at the tea shop, just enjoying himself.
I don't know if we'll be in the same tea shop.
How would you rule that, Jacob?
Roll.
How many tea shops can there possibly be there? Let's
Well,
put it like that.
okay, question.
There could be a couple.
Rasmira, would you be openly trying to avoid him?
She would not really, but she would ignore him.
Okay, then roll an investigation check. Yeah, I've already... Korvac.
Yeah.
Roll an investigation check.
Oh, for me? Okay.
Yes.
And this mouse is. What did I roll?
17.
17.
Alright, you spend about 4 minutes looking around for, Rasmir, and you eventually find her at a tea shop. It's not really anything grandiose. It's honestly really small. You guys could definitely tell that there's water damage within it. And there's some mold that's trying to be cleaned up and on some parts of the roof. You see an elderly woman walk up to you guys. Hello, dearie. You could tell that she is a gnome.
Thank God Korvac is not a kobold, or else there would be a lot of hostility.
Hello, miss. What can I get you today?
Is it possible for me to get some Earl Grey tea?
Of course. I can go and get you some Earl Grey. What's
Just another
about...
little pick me up.
Alright, I'll be right back. That'll be 5 gold. I'm sorry if it seems a bit high compared to other places, but... Oh. She kind of points to the entire room. We're not in the best of conditions. We're trying to get by.
What
I can
happened?
see you're not from around here, but... Oh, well... Ever since the lands became destroyed, a lot of the people of the Dwarven country and people, and in between, we all decided to trying to get in with the border. Everybody's trying to go through and seek refuge outside the city walls if they aren't able to get anywhere inside, but some of us prefer being closer to it, or some of us are stuck here, so I've moved from towns to towns, but this little tea shop, this was the best place that they had in town. Other places were a bit less desirable, and I could at least afford to get it cleaned up a bit. We're making do, but hopefully we'll get shipments coming soon. She goes and walks away. I'm gonna go get the tea set up for you, miss.
Thank you. She goes into the back room, right?
Yeah, she goes in the back room.
Or while she's in the back room, I'm gonna use prestidigitation to clean up the most I can before sitting back down.
Alright, roll me a performance check with...
I mean, do
Van.
I really... It's prestidigitation.
It's to see how much you can clean before you get back. Before she gets back.
14.
Alright, so you go and use presentation and get pretty much the entire ceiling cleared of mold. And to add in a little scent of your choosing, you, if you desire to, you were able to put in a sort of a scent to the cleaning process.
If it would be a scent, I would pick a calming scent, simply because it's a tea shop. I would pick sandalwood.
All right.
Of course you would.
Shut up.
She comes back with a small round plate and a small cup that's about 8 ounces.
So it's teacup and saucer.
This place smells different. Either I'm getting cold or I'm forgetting things. Figured we wouldn't get this place clean, at least the roof cleaned, until the next, at least Thursday.
Clean your shit,
whatever
pay
day
up,
it
bitch.
is. In any case,
Maybe you just forgot it was clean.
maybe. Either way, here's your tea.
I'm thinking.
I enjoy it. We try to get it the best that we can, but there's only so much that we can do here. Oh, hang on 1 second, dear. Hello, good sir. She goes and walks up to you, Korvac. Welcome to Jolene's tea shop. What
She
can I help
sees
you
Korvac,
with
she's
today?
like, nope.
Oh, well, thank you.
Yeah, would you... You can... There's plenty of seats open. I can... Well... there you go. There is a seat over... opposite of the miss. The miss is over there. If you'd like to sit there. We got some up against the wall, or we have some over by the bar area. You can pick your pick.
Well, thank you. And as when he was directed towards Vesmira, he gives her a little wave.
She's ignoring you.
I figured.
She walks with you to your seat. It's like, you two know each other.
Oh.
She's my dear sister.
We're family.
Sisterly and brotherly charm. I miss the old days. What can I get you today, sir?
Just some simple black tea. And a little bit of sugar.
Coming right up. That'll be 5 gold. She goes back and begins to prepare your tea.
So, sister, how are you doing?
As you could see her, she actually took her cup of tea and opened a book. She's reading this book. Hasn't looked up at you until you actually approached her, and she just went right back to the book, and she's still not looking at you. I'm doing just fine. What about yourself?
That's good. That's good. Just wandering about the town.
You're wondering about the dwarven town.
Yes, and I figured I would sit down and have a nice hot cup of tea. Apparently you have had the same idea too.
I did. What do you need?
Nothing, I just wanted to come and sit down with my sister.
No, she's kind of like low-key judging you.
I mean,
And
if
then
you want to answer,
and then she, no, I'm not gonna do that. She slightly shrugs and goes back to her book.
What are you reading there?
Something get it got me.
What?
Something get it got me. When I went missing.
Oh, yes, when you went into the other realm by that bird, Kasona, right?
Mm-hmm. Kesona.
How was your time there?
I don't. I don't think there's a word in my vocabulary that will actually describe the experiences of my time there.
Really? From what I've heard from Garrick before, you two went off again, he has told me that they are a rather strange bunch.
They all are. But they're all actually quite good people. Kate, I have to admit, for how much you all have expressed yourselves to really hate the bird, she's not too bad of a person. You just have to listen to her and try and attempt to understand.
Well, I never said I really hated the bird. It's just that she
Mm-hmm.
can be a bit too playful. Like stealing my portable hole and filling it up with popcorn. To the brim. A 60-foot cube full of popcorn.
Maybe she thought she deserved it, or she wanted to share all the popcorn.
Maybe. Now, I wonder, what did happen to that bucket?
She still has the bucket.
She still has it, but
She still has the bucket.
oh, okay, so that... Taking a gander, I guess Elwyn received a new one by the esteemed goddess.
In my opinion, I think Nami would be the type of goddess to just be like, here's a bucket for everybody. But I guess she put the limit on herself, so there's only one bucket per plane.
One bucket per plane of existence.
Mm-hmm. This world would be drowning in popcorn if there wasn't a limit.
Well, if you ever do go back to that realm, it's been covered in popcorn. Don't blame me.
I was there, and how long has it been since that bucket went missing?
I
A month or
actually
two.
have no idea. Time runs differently in different planes. So what may seem months here may be
Well, how much time
weeks
has
or...
it been here?
Oh gosh. How
Several
long has
months?
it been? Pretty
A couple
much,
months.
yes.
And I don't know how much time this difference between the two worlds were, but that world was not filled with popcorn, and she seems to be using it for what it's really for, and that is a snack bucket. So I don't think she'll be doing anything ridiculous with it.
That's good. I
She
was
might pull
so
a prank or
surprised.
two, but she seems to be using it for what it's for.
I was so surprised that she got a hold of a wish.
She could have done so much with that wish. With a wish spell. If you're going by the word wish, she could have asked for anything. But no, she had to ask for me and Gerrick to show up. For a week.
No. I do think that's rather sweet of that bird. Just wanting to see some old faces again.
I never knew her before this, so I don't know. She's not an old face to me, and I don't know if I am an old face to her.
Well, I remember how she kept going on about this ice cream lady. That was back in her realm before.
Oh yeah. I remember there was another me. I was like, I have no memory of that, so would that even matter?
Maybe. Maybe she wanted to see that ice cream lady because she's never really met her before. And instead, you were brought over too.
Not a fucking ice cream lady. I'm a fighter. I stab things to death.
Huh. Well, that is truth, but there is more to you than that.
Like what? I can stab things to death with radiant energy.
That is.
Necrotic energy.
That is also true.
She's ignoring that part.
I know. I know.
I could cast a couple of spells here and there, and that'll make me help kill them even faster. I could. That's pretty much it. I could just kill things. There's not a lot I could do. I'm not like socially adept. I'm not too in depth with the arcane arts. I am unable to read, so I don't know how that works. I know reading makes you smarter, so I guess I'll be dumb.
You're anything but stupid, sister.
Right.
I'm more of the
I'll
dumb
take
one
your word
here.
for it. Oh, really?
But you will know how to live life after this whole conflict is over.
I
God
doubt it.
forbid. Well, you could always settle down with Garrick. Live a nice, quiet life, away from Alamari and my father.
True. But I don't know if that's what he wants.
It's on his face. I know that's exactly what he wants later. That man, he loves you. As much as I disagree with him, he's not that bad of a guy.
If you guys could just stop fighting, I think you guys would be good friends, but you guys argue quite a bit.
Well.
But what am I expecting? You're a black dragonborn. You are stubborn and all fuck. You take that from father. Mother is understanding. Father is not. You get that from him.
At least I didn't turn out exactly like him. As he slams his head against the table. Just hearing about his father.
Be careful, my tea.
Yes, I'm sorry. He raises his head.
By this point, real quick, the old lady comes back. Here you go, dearie. Black tea, and a few cubes of sugar, and a spoon.
Thank you.
I didn't know exactly how much you wanted, and I prefer my guests deciding themselves how much they want. So, if either of you guys need anything, I'll be taking care of dishes.
As she hands him the sugar plate, he gives her another gold.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate it. Now, drink your tea. Don't want it getting cold. She goes and turns away to go and walk back and start washing dishes.
Rosemary kind of just like closes the book. And now she's holding her cup of tea in case he decides to slam his head against the table again.
He puts in 2 cubes of sugar
He likes it sweet.
Coops.
Coobs.
Cubes of sugar.
Coops.
Cubes of sugar.
Coops of sugar.
Cubes of sugar. Cubes of sugar. Cubes of sugar.
Oh,
That sounds like a chant.
by the way, she comes back one last time. By the way, you both don't seem like you're from around here. Travelers, I presume?
Indeed.
Well, it isn't much, but would you guys like some complimentary scones?
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Scone.
Right? I will tell you they aren't the best, but I have some fresh ones being cooked as we speak.
I'll give them a try.
Right,
will
I
too.
I hope you both like cinnamon.
Hmm.
She goes and leaves. It'll
You
be
know-
5 or 10 minutes or so.
Thank you.
Hmm.
You know what scones are.
What?
I
You
do.
know what they are.
I mean, you probably never had one. Probably.
Maybe, but I guess I never really had any.
They're quite good, especially when you dip them in like a milky drink.
They're also not poisonous. I can't emphasize that enough. By the way, by the way, unrelated, but make a Constitution saving throw. Sorry, I had to.
My God.
Well,
They're actually really good when you dip them in coffee.
coffee. I haven't had coffee in a while, have I?
I've been drinking gallons of the stuff.
Well, there's two things you like. It's coffee and tea.
I don't
Especially-
really like coffee. I prefer tea. Earl Grey has caffeine, but it doesn't have as much as coffee.
Tea of the fig variety.
Well, you know that's my favorite tea. But I would not say no to any other kind of tea, like boba tea, vanilla chai, Earl Grey, black tea. I wouldn't say no.
Chai.
Chamomile,
I
jasmine.
missed that from that island.
Chamomile, jasmine. What else?
Mm.
Thyme and blackberry is actually really good.
Blackberry does sound interesting.
It's actually really good. Any other, but I'm not really too into like the sweet teas.
Well, yeah. But I do remember you eating the... Oh, what were they? Cherry blossoms, right?
Mm-hmm.
The leaves.
She sticks her hand into her pocket and flicks one at you.
I guess he catches it.
Well, I refused to try them before, but I guess I will now.
Aren't those like months old at that point?
Exactly.
She-
They're kind of withered now. That's why she hasn't eaten them.
He takes a look at it and he's like, "Have you really kept these in your pockets for months?"
Do you want my honest answer?
I already know it.
I forgot about them.
As you, she says that, you guys hear a whoosh sound come from the kitchen, and you see the old woman trying to fast run outside. Hang on a second, I gotta get some water from the well. The damn oven's on fire again.
Rasmira's coming around.
Oh, that's not good.
Hey,
Do you
what the
want-
hell does she
you want to
mean
help her?
again?
Do you want to help her or should I go help her?
Hold on. Let's
You're
see.
the one with all the fire. I mean, I could, if it's not too big, I could just put it out.
I have control of water. Hold on.
Okay, I'm just gonna use prestidigitation to make the fire go away.
Oh.
Alright,
Okay.
you see a little stone oven that's looks like it's powered by magic, and you see the fire. You manage to get the fire to kind of disappear, and you see a screw. You see kind of a bolt at the top because it has like a little smoke chimney attached to it. You see a little screw that's bumped off of it. It's loosened.
She'll kind of like with her finger, she'll try to screw it in as much as possible. And then she goes to Korvac, do you have your like tools?
Well, let's see. He pulls out his.
Keep in mind that
portable-
it's half an hour before the train leaves.
Do you have your tools?
And it's been like 20 minutes.
Yeah. Do you have your tools real quick? I just want to fix that thing for her.
Of course, I always have my smith tools.
Yeah, there's a bolt loose up here, and it's kind of it's an old little stove. We might as well fix
Yeah.
it up for her.
I see,
Anyway,
I see.
we are. The train leaves in 10 minutes, and I think we should get going after this.
Yes, indeed. Now, I heard that there's a magic shop around here. Is there? Have you been there yet?
I've been to one, and yes, I have. It's. Guy tried to sell me a jar of screams.
A jar of screams.
A jar of screams.
That is an oddity. Was there anything of value?
Maybe I got something, and there was some sort of boots of flying, as what he said.
As he's in the middle of repairing the thing, he's like, "Boots of flying."
Yeah, boots of flying. You put them on and you fly.
Oh,
It's exactly as it sounds like. I don't know how they work. Do you dangle upside down while they like lifting you up, or like? I don't know how they work. Anyway, while you fix that, I'm going to finish both of the cups of tea, and I'll be heading to the train station.
how dare you? He says,
fuck you.
You see
You
the
chicken
old
die.
lady. You see the old lady wobble back in with a bucket full of water. Oh.
and
seems
there you go.
expected.
Does he need
Oh,
a roll
thank-
check?
I am sorry to have inconvened you guys. Here, she goes into the back. She looks, and the damage wasn't a lot. It was just that the scones inside the fire, the oven was burnt.
Burned.
She
Like the
goes
beans
and
last
gives
session.
you guys a basket of 8 scones that were already made. Well, here. This is for your troubles. Each and every... There's been at least a fire at least 3 times a week. These old stoves, they're just not as good as they used to be. We're still waiting for the new ones to come in from the king's city, but
It's gonna be
we've
one.
heard that there's been a lot of bumps along the roads, and they've had to keep some of the orders back.
Well, the small
Stop.
amount of repairs I have done on it should hold it over for a little while.
Well, thank you. You're a kind soul, both of you. Hopefully,
Let me
Hopefully
clean up
things
this
will
mess
get-
a little bit, and she casts prestidigitation to clean up the stove
So-
just a little bit. Yeah.
oh, a magic user. Well, I will say, do be wary of the king and try not to give him too much trouble. He's been trying a lot since a lot of his trying to help this entire kingdom a lot since his family's getting kind of, well, gone from what I've heard. There's only so much a man can do. From what I've heard, a lot of the arcane crystals that are needed for his, well, for a lot of these new appliances for those here in the refugee towns, have been kind of, well, stolen. I'm not sure by who, but anytime we're about to get a new shipment in, poof, they're all gone. We've been waiting about 3 months now? have yet to receive it.
She Christina looks at Korvac.
They're going and pushing back the crystals that are needed for the outer gates of the city and sending it and decided to split it up for those here in the town. But all things can happen in a time of great, well, depression, I guess some people could see it. We're all lucky to be alive here, but we make do, and everyone here is really nice. Regardless, though, you guys have a safe travel to the kingdom, and don't be surprised if you see or smell the smell of the wounded. The train's been, from what I've heard, since we get regulars, there's been a lot of talk of the king transforming the trains to being both one for the sick and the elderly and those who are just trying to get in. Either way,
So,
you both be safe now on your journey. And enjoy the city. I have to go and get some more scones started up before the afternoon shower. She gives you a warm smile and a pat on both of your guys' shoulders as she tries to reach up and give it to you both. Again, thank you. Not many travelers that come through here are as kind as you both are. Well, it's time to get cleaning. And she goes and returns back to the back room to start getting things cleaned up.
as they begin to leave, this is most concerning, sister.
It is.
How much you want to bet those magical maniacs are stealing the crystals for their damn experiments?
I must ask again, which one? Because
several of them.
Yeah, like we have the Order of Mystical Beasts, we have the Neo Magical Institute, we have the Underwoods, all which are capable of it. Though it's probably the creations of the OMB.
Yeah, that's what I'm referring to.
Yep.
NMI.
Right.
Which one do you think it is?
Most likely the NMI, but I still suspect the Order of Magical Beasts of some sort of collusion.
I would take up on that bet, but I feel like I will lose gold anyway. I suck at this. Anyway, I'm meet you at the station.
Yes, I have a short stop to do, and then he hands her the basket of scones. Don't eat them all, please.
How dare you assume?
Investigation for the magic shop, Jacob, or?
I'm pretty sure maybe advantage could.
Well, do you have time though? Because
Spirit has already been there.
You have time.
Because like that whole thing took like 5 minutes, so you would have to make it to your magic shop, buy the booze, and then run all the way back.
Maybe I do not have time after all.
We could come by later.
Or, I was going to go to a similar place, so if I see them, I'll probably buy them, just because I know someone in the party can use them.
True.
By the, Razmir and Korvac, as you guys are leaving the station, you feel the ground begin to shake.
We're all going together, and me and Solus haven't gotten our thing yet.
I know. I'm just saying the two of them hears the ground shake at this time. We're gonna be cutting back to you, the others. All of you guys would have heard the ground rumble. It's just right now, since it's closer to the time of them leaving.
Yeah.
They feel it.
Okay.
You both hear, kind of a little earthquake and a little bit of I guess some would call it as bumps, and then you hear a stop, and you hear a whistle blow. You guys would recognize that this place is built underneath the tracks that are running to the kingdom.
Built beneath them or above them?
The city. Above them. Above them.
Solus, you can go first, by the way. Fury, are you there?
Okay,
Yeah.
so Solus, let me just check what she already has. And
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Check what she's got in her. That. So she'll probably go and try and find an alchemist.
Alright, roll me an investigation check.
Oh!
Oof.
Yeah, with the amount of people here and as busy as it is for such a town, it's really hard to find it. Through the crowds of people, roll another investigation check to see if you can't find a sign anywhere.
That's insight.
Okay.
That's insight. But still good. Still good.
Okay, so you do eventually, through the crowd of people, you find a giant billboard that has the map of the town. And over on the north side, you, out towards the more open area, you do spot a alchemist there. A alchemist shop. By the name of Enchantment Enchantees. Associate.
I have no choice but to love that name.
Enchantment Enchantees.
The Enchanted Enchantees. I have no choice but to love it.
Incorporate.
Nah, and it has a little sub name at the bottom, that's really small to see, but you read it as an associates.
Shh, let me just enjoy this alliteration.
So she would head in.
You see a giant sitting there in a suit with a top hat on.
A giant or a Goliath?
Goliath, my bad, Goliath.
Yeah,
I was thinking Goliath.
Yeah, I figured I'd say that because giants are like, boom! Holy fuck!
Yeah, I got the two mixed up. But yeah, you do see a Goliath wearing a three-piece suit, sort of a tuxedo, honestly, with a red pinstripe tie and wearing a top hat and a monocle. Hello and welcome to Enchantments and Enchantees Associates. What can I help you with today?
If it is possible, I am looking into purchasing healing potions.
Ah, healing potions. Well, unfortunately, we won't be able to get you anything other than just regular healing potions. We haven't had a good amount of ingredients coming in to make better ones, but I could brew you up a few. How many would you like? For one, you're looking at 20 gold a piece. But if you want a stack of 20, you're looking around 300 gold.
That is a more than fair offer. I'll take the stack.
You'll take a stack of 20.
Just because
All
you can
right.
even a simple healing, even a simple potion of healing can save someone's life.
They will be really good in short
True.
rest.
Well, let me go get those brewed up for you. That will take about 10 minutes. If there's anywhere else you'd like to be, then you may go and do such things, or you can wait here. And he points to the right of him, up to your left side of the wall. And you see kind of a waiting room with a few books here and there.
Sure, why not? I've got nothing else to do. I'll wait here.
Tusk Love.
Right.
Huh.
Huh.
What?
It's a critical role reference. It's a critical role reference.
I swear if there's a book on here called The Lusty Dragonborn Maid or something.
Oh my god.
The Lusty Lizard Folk Maid.
The lusty lizard folk maid.
No, there isn't.
Thank fuck.
So, through the books, if you do you just well, actually, what do you decide to do while you're waiting?
I guess she'll just do some meditation or something. Try and focus her mind.
Alright, roll a self-insight check.
I give you oh, wait. Great.
You can't do that.
No, it's a touch spell. It's literally a touch spell. No.
So, you try to meditate, but with the noises of outside, since there really isn't a door on the shop, it's more of a cloth, and the potions being brewed in the back, you get somewhat a sense of peace, but it only lasts for a few minutes before you get interrupted by all the noises surrounding you.
Yeah, I should have seen. She opens one eye slightly and is like, yeah, I should have seen that coming.
10 minutes go by, and the man returns back to you, and you kind of see you see that his skin had turned pink. I got the 10 potions for you. Do not ask what happened. Some accident happened, and well.
Okay, so to confirm, you said 20 the first time.
Yes.
And you just said 10. I want to check.
10 minutes, and he comes out with 20 potions.
Yeah, you just said.
You said 10.
He came out with 10. He said he came out with 10.
You said it came out with 10 potions. I wanted to double check that I hadn't which way around was which.
No. My apologies.
That's all.
He came out with 20. Yeah. He came out with 20 potions.
She'll carefully put them in her bag and put down an extra gold as a tip. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate the offer. Is there anything else I can get you today, miss?
Solace.
Oh, solace.
Not today, but I'm sure there'll be something in your. I'm sure if we ever cross paths again, you'll be able to help me out once again.
All right, and remember this shop's motto. If you need some enchanting, if you need some enchanting or you lost a leg, come to Enchantment and Enchantees and Associates.
You could. She lets out a small chuckle. I'll be sure to remember that.
All right. Is there anything else that you wish to do?
Actually, upon that, she does say to him, actually, you say you do enchanting here?
Yes, I do.
How much are those services?
Depends on the items, and it depends on the ingredients and whether or not we have it in stock. I would like to keep this in mind that due to a bit of a shortage of certain ingredients, a lot of the higher level enchantings are, but we're not capable of doing that. You're looking at about maybe common to uncommon enchantings. But I'm sure we could craft something up. Is there anything in particular you're looking for?
Hang on, let me just double check something. Want to check what rarity this is. Let me just check. I'm pretty sure it doesn't have this, but I want to let me just double check this. Where's my bloody? Do I not have it on my? Well, that's odd. Huh. That's odd. Could have sworn I had a shield in my inventory.
Yeah, you do.
Oh, there it is. Yeah. She pulled out her shield from her back. Would it be possible to enchant this to make it more resilient to strikes? AKA, can you make it a +1? Which is an uncommon magic item.
I think we actually are capable of doing that. Well, something like this will take us roughly 20 minutes to do. And that would be for 150 gold. But if you would like me to try to speed up the process, if you're in a bit of a hurry, it'll be 250 gold.
By my calculations, if I am correct, I have it. So far, this transaction has taken us about, well, it's taken 10 minutes. So if it takes another 20, I'll have what, 30 to catch the train. Is that correct?
In terms of, you would roll me a history check real quick.
14.
Okay, so you did happen to see a sign on the way through that did say that trains that arrived at a certain time does take an extra 3 to 4 minutes to get everybody loaded on board, so you'd have roughly 4 minutes to get up to the train.
And how far away is the train? AKA, could I make the run in 4 minutes?
Yeah, you could. It's just it's a 2-minute walk from there.
And I have a +10 to athletics, so I should be able to fucking book it if I want to. I'll pay. I don't believe there's any need to rush. Besides, rushing could only make the process go wrong, which is something we definitely don't want.
Yeah, that's the other thing. If the process if you were to choose the other option, I will have to warn you that you will have to sign a contract. You know.
No, take your time and do it right.
Alright.
Also tracked another 150.
What enchantment?
Just making it a +1. Which would allow it to,
Do you have a spare shield, though? That's the thing.
What do you mean a spare shield? I was just going to give him the one that I already used.
How long will that take, though? Oh, I guess it won't take that long.
Yeah, I'll be able to make it to the train in time.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
We don't want to leave behind.
I was just checking that. We can make it to the. I can make it to the train in time.
20 minutes come by, and you see after a while. If you want to try to actually meditate again, you do have an opportunity to do so.
You might as well try.
You don't have to try so hard.
19.
Except when you roll a 19.
This time.
Despite the loud noises and banging and words being spoken to enchant the shield, and the noise outside even, you were able to successfully meditate for at least 8 minutes before you were interrupted. 20 minutes go by, and the guy comes out with a well enchanted and crafted upgraded shield, and it's been polished and everything else. I took into a little bit of liberty to polish it for you, if that's quite alright. Here you go.
It looks like it's never even seen battle. It's truly remarkable.
Oh, anything that we take and we try to repair to the best of our abilities, and this one definitely could have used a bit of a cleanup.
It shows. You take pride in your work, and it shows.
Oh, when you live in a land full of dwarves, you get taught. You get the best.
Indeed.
Anywho.
Amazing craftsmanship. I'll definitely remember this place.
You hear you feel the room shake, and you hear a whistle, far off whistle, high above the ground, high above the ceiling.
And I believe that's my cue.
Running.
Heading to the city.
Running.
He gives you a salute.
You'll give him one back.
Ready.
And then she's gonna book it.
Alright.
Do you want me to roll athletics or something?
Nah. Elrin, you're up, bud.
He would have just been meeting back with the group. I mean,
also, yeah, I haven't done stuff. Remember?
Garrick has to do his thing.
Oh, were you gonna do your thing last, or?
Yeah, I was doing my thing last. My thing was last. Elrin did his thing.
I was asking Elrin, because I was asking Elrin if there was anything he wanted to.
No, that's it.
That's it?
Yeah.
I had done what I got what I needed, so.
Okay. Garrick.
I want to find magical weapons, specifically anything that I could think of use. Whether it's in a magical item shop or a magical weapon shop specifically, does not matter to me.
What type of magical weapons? Because you cut out.
Just magical weapons, whether they be items or practical weapons.
Alright, roll me an investigation check.
I'm gonna give myself guidance. Because I can. 19 plus 2, 21.
Alright, so you would have found that there are 3 different places that you could look at. Jeffrey's Magic Wonder Shop Emporium, and Nolan's shop, and then a armor smith on the southern side, close to where you guys actually entered into the town from. So you got 3 places to pick.
All right, so Jeffrey's and what else?
You got Nolan's. You got Nolan's magical shop. And then you have an armor smith down in the southern side of the city.
All right, I will.
Really just called Ye Old Armor Smith.
All right, I'll start with Nolan's.
All right. You see a dwarf who is kind of paler than usual. He almost looks like a ghostly white, almost as if he's like sick. He looks at you with deep red maroon eyes. Hello.
He's either a changeling or a vampire.
What can I help you today? Welcome to Nolan's magical shop.
I'm looking for magical weapons.
What are you looking for? We do have a wide selection ranging from commons to rares.
Something that would make my punches magical.
Punches.
Oh, just completely. So wait, now you're going for Beowulf?
No, I'm not going for Beowulf.
No, you're looking for like pugless gloves or something like that.
Just something to make my fist magical, because I do have the options, so I might as well.
So yeah, you're trying to get Beowulf or Ifrit or Gilgamesh or
not really.
What's the other one? Balrog.
Don't worry. Anyways.
Let's see. Well, don't have it. Oh, in terms of hand to hand, we don't exactly have anything magically enchanted, but we do have something that was invented here. He goes and reaches down underneath his little table, and he pulls out a kind of steampunkish glove.
What does this do?
And you do see wires attached to it. This right here is what the dwarves like to call the Brazier Taser. You braze an enemy with it. You don't have to make direct contact, but a small enough impact, and you can tase your enemy.
Don't tase me, bro.
All right. Is it magical in nature or it's purely technology?
This is pure technology. I mean, it's being powered by some.
Basically, what I'm asking is, from a mechanical perspective, does it count as magical damage or no?
Oh, it will.
It
does.
And does it require attunement?
For this, no, it doesn't.
Okay, how much?
This, since they're massively produced, it'll be 200 for the thing.
200 gold.
Yes, sir.
He gives them 200 gold. All right. So what are the stats for this?
When you deal an unarmed strike against a target, it will deal an additional 1d4 lightning damage.
And what was it called again?
Brazier Tasers.
Brazier Tasers? How do you spell that?
You can BRAZZER space
Tasers.
TAZ. Yeah, tasers.
ER.
Of course, you can change that to another name whenever you want to, but that's just the.
All right, so I'll just add to my I'll just add to my unarmed strike. I'll just add to my unarmed strike. Additional D4 lightning damage.
Okay.
Alrighty. Next, I'll go to Jeffrey's real quick just to see if they have something more in line with what I was looking for.
And then Jeffrey will cry, Jeffrey, do this, Jeffrey, do that, stop on the old man, Jeffrey.
Hello, welcome to Jeffrey's Wonders Emporium. What can I do for you today? You look like a lovely customer. What can I get you? He transforms into a giant.
Changeling, got it. I need something that would make my attacks without weapons magical, or anything that could help in that regard.
Oh, I see what you... So, you want something to increase your punch strength, eh?
Or anything just uniquely magical that is a weapon. Not anything to increase my strength. You wouldn't happen to have a belt of fire giant strength, would you?
Oh, I've heard quite a bit of things about the belt of giant strength, sir, and no, we don't.
Good.
Much like some of the other shops out there, we only have stuff ranging from commons to rarities.
Alright, so anything for unarmed attacks, or just anything magically weaponizable, or just anything utilitarian useful?
Well, I do have something. He goes and brings you over to a glass shelf, and in it you see a mechanical glove, but it has sort of a crossbow attached to it. This right here. This was something that newly came in. It's supposed to... That was a... Well, used to be a prototype about a couple days ago. Are now being used by the Dwarven Kingdom's military forces. It is what they like to call a crossbow glove. Now, something I've been tweaking with that is trying to work around and making the bolts not so much poisonous, but
unfortunately, I pull out my guns and show them. Unfortunately, I kind of already have something better. Alright, anything magic items that are like decently useful, like
Unfortunately, we don't have a lot of options in terms of stuff for your fists.
What about feet? Anything that could for my kicks?
We don't really have anything else for boots. In fact, someone recently came through and bought last pair of iron boots that we got. Enhanced. Supposed to give people quite a bit of a punch when they kick, but
honestly, I don't really care about the kick. I just want to make sure for magical purposes. Alright then, if that's all, then
well, if you're looking for something enchanting, I don't like going in and fighting other businesses. I'm sure a nearby enchantment shop could go through and enchant your boots to make them a bit stronger, along the same length as the boots that I sold.
Alright, as long as they enchant them to be magical, that's all I care about. Alright then, thank you. I tip him a gold for that, just because, you know, the guy's a bit...
Thank you, I appreciate the offer.
Yes, you're changeling. I know. I've actually met two of your kind.
It's all fun of the gig. You have a wonderful day, sir.
Yes. Okay. I go to wherever they can enchant to see if I can get my kicks to be magical too, just for the sake of unarmored attacks being more useful and practical.
Yep. As you go in, you see a Goliath. A Goliath that is dressed in a three-piece suit, wearing a tie that's pinstripe, wearing a top hat. Hello, welcome to Enchantments and Enchantees and Associates. What can I help you with?
I'm trying to get my boots enchanted so that way whenever I kick with them, they'll do magical damage. Nothing fancy, no plus, like out of game, no +1s, no nothing like that, just stuff that will, make it so that way if I don't have my weapons and for some reason I can't summon Reckoning, at the very least I have something to fall back on.
Well, I do know of one enchantment that I can put on there. It will take you about, well, for your boot size and material, should take you no more than 5 minutes. I can get the enchantment that I can give you is the enchantment of Power Kick. Basically, when you go in and kick an opponent, or if you're a cruel person, a cat, you basically go and deal an extra power to your kick, an extra oomph. Basically, you get an extra D4 worth of force damage to your kick attacks.
That's fine. That's fine. How much would it cost me?
For that enchantment, since it's such a uncommon enchantment, that'll be 50 gold.
He gives him 50. Statistic purpose, how much damage for kick? I'm gonna make a subsection for my kick, a separate unarmored strike for my kicks.
It'll be since you're using your feet, it will deal 1d6 bludgeoning damage. On top of that, the D4 because of the enchantments.
D4 force damage.
D4 force damage.
Okay. Alrighty, and
if we're being technical, wouldn't this be happening as Solus is here?
Oh yeah, that would happen while Solus was here. So.
Just thinking, wouldn't Solus be waiting in the other room?
Yeah.
Yeah, you would see Solus waiting in there.
Sup?
I'm looking at my useless leatherworking skill.
That can be the disturbance that happened when I was meditating the second time.
Like, I can make you boots. Why are you going to other people?
What's up?
I don't know if you can. I did not know you could enchant them, honestly.
What's up, Garrick?
Making sure that my fist and legs are going to deal magical damage now. You?
Just waiting for my enchanting my shield at the moment.
Nice. I'll meditate alongside Solus because that's what she was doing. Therefore, she wouldn't be interrupted.
Yeah.
All right. Roll a insight.
Guidance. 30.
Jesus.
You out-meditate Solus.
I don't think you can out-meditate someone, but do.
How does one out-meditate?
Well, Solus was interrupted, and she had a hard time continuing her meditation.
So basically, I'm
Garrick,
more.
on the other hand, didn't have any troubles whatsoever.
The point of this meditation for Garrick is to get more in tune with the air around here. To again, with his training.
You were capable of bringing a good bit of the air surrounding you.
All right.
Almost a 5-inch sphere comes, circles around you.
All right. As soon as my boots are done, I'll bid farewell to Solus and go to the train station because... Actually, no, that would be around the time that they would be done, wouldn't it? Because where I traveled, yeah.
Yeah, Solus is still waiting for hers, but...
All right, I go to the train station to wait for everyone.
All right.
Yep.
Does the rest of the group want to do anything for the time that they have left? Since you guys have an extra 4 minutes.
I'm not gambling. 4 minutes. I'm not gambling that. That is not a lot of time.
Yeah, no.
Stay right by the train.
Solus trying to get to the train. Running, run.
Yeah, Solus is going to be standing right by the train.
Sister, I think we should tell them of the cargo constantly being stolen.
You tell them.
Oh, hey, you guys. Come on, let's get on.
Hey, we need to get... Let's go.
As you guys come to a line, and you see 2 other lines that have been closed off. Not for regular only for closed off to regular customers, but you see people coming in and out off the train. Mind you, this is only an 8-car train. You see sick and elderly and injured going onto the train.
Alright, let's go.
Eventually, you guys get to the front of the train, and the guy sitting there, there's a short little gnome sitting there, and he looks up at you guys with his shaggy hair and an angry look on his face. Hello? Do you have a ticket, please?
We were given tickets, so...
Yeah, I believe we were.
Yeah, we were told we were given tickets.
What are your names?
Solus would give hers.
Does anyone not give their name? Let's just put it like that.
Nah.
Why wouldn't we?
Exactly.
He picks up a notebook and looks through it. Holy shit! Alright, you guys get first class up at the top.
What the fuck?
God damn it.
Go on!
Korvac? Him coming over to help? Yeah?
I mean...
As we're heading up to first class, can I roll a perception check, see if I see anyone that's been following us?
Yeah, go ahead and roll a perception check.
29.
I'll give you guidance.
So, during your...
God.
Guidance.
33.
Jesus.
He
Not
sees
even
everything.
gods.
And a couple of people behind you, about 15 or so, you see again the purple skinned person, or the purple person.
The drow.
It's kind of just sitting there, the drow, yeah, the drow. Staring at you, guys, are waiting to board the train. But you also see, standing behind the drow, the Death Knight, sitting there.
Yep.
With his hood down, yep.
As we're walking, Ellerin will keep us cool, but the second we get on the train, Ellerin will nudge Garrick. The Death Knight is here.
Curious.
He's near the back of the train.
What are we whispering?
Don't, just something we should keep an eye on.
With this, as the line nears the Death Knight doesn't get on, but person who is purple, the drow, the drow gets on and goes to the back. Alright, everybody, that's the last that we can bring with us. We will be back in 2 hours to pick up more.
I'm debating if I want to do something as Garrick stupid. I'm debating if I want to do something stupid as Garrick.
Don't do that.
You have never done something stupid as Garrick. Why start now?
Fair enough, I won't do it.
Out of curiosity, what were you gonna do?
Well, I was gonna jump out the plane at the last second just to see just to chat up with the Death Knight.
Oh,
why are you gonna do that?
Garrick can legally fly. I mean, there's no laws here stopping him to fly.
I mean, I guess I could.
Oh, now one thing is, because the Death Knight did get on the train, right?
He didn't.
No, the Death Knight did not.
And where are the sick and injured at?
They're in the way back of the train.
Okay.
But the last 4 carts, so there's 4 other carts left. That's solely for regular passengers.
Okay.
How many minutes are left before Ellerin notices the Death Knight?
Before the train starts moving?
Yep.
Exactly 6 minutes. Since it takes a bit of time for the engine to fire up.
Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna go outside while it's waiting for the train to stop, and I'm gonna hop on at the last second.
What are you doing?
Stating my curiosity. I go out, and I look at the Death Knight.
Second.
If he wants to fight, we're in a public place, and my eyes are nearby. They can join the fight at any point.
Oh no, not that.
Ellerin sticks his head out, just kind of leaning, leaning out. Garrick, what are you? What are you trying to do?
What in the fuck?
What are you trying to do, Garrick?
Just stating my curiosity. I go out and I look at the Death Knight.
You don't see his face,
Obviously.
but you see his head turned staring at you, not moving. And he looks over at Elrin.
Okay.
And then back to Garrick. Garrick, roll me an insight check real quick.
I'll give myself guidance. It's against his deception, I assume?
Yep.
Alrighty.
Since I'm poking my head out looking at him, can I roll it too?
Oh!
I'm poking my head out.
Could you give me advantage instead? Ah, damn it. 15. Oh, I wish I had the 20 on the other side.
I'm poking my head out too, out of curiosity. And like, oh shit.
So, you guys notice that you see his body kind of shake, almost as if he's trying to resist the urge from bursting out with anger. But it quickly goes and subsides.
We all noticed that? Because he must have rolled shit on his deception.
And do I notice that it's like who it's especially towards, or is it equal between Garrick and Ellerin?
Actually, would I know that with my 31?
You see the anger pointed towards Garrick, Razmira, and then especially towards Ellerin.
Razmira as well.
What did I do?
Towards me.
What did I do?
We don't know. I don't know who this fucker is.
don't
But
know,
that's why I'm saying my curiosity. That's why I'm saying my curiosity.
Towards me.
So you're him.
He says nothing. You see him look towards Elrin. Elrin, you feel something within your mind, almost as if someone's trying to speak with you.
He turns his head a little bit as he gets this feeling.
Do you let the person into your head?
This is probably stupid.
Well, here's the thing. There's a difference between telepathic communication and detect thoughts going further in. But sure, do it.
Yes, he would.
I see that you are here. Strange to have seen you here. Especially you.
Am I able to speak back through my thoughts?
You are.
What do you mean? None of you guys hear this, so.
Yeah, I know.
I have been searching for you. And the others.
Your anger was directed at Garrick, Razmira, and especially towards myself.
And it seems as though the others aren't here as well. And you would have seen that I would have been angry at the rest of the rest of your group.
But it was especially towards me. Why is that?
Will not say. But I am here on a job. And I am intending to finish it. With or without you guys interfering. Now, I will warn you, I am not here to harm either of you. Any of you. But should you go and harm me, do not think for a moment that I will not end your lives. And that is a promise that I am not going to make. That is the promise that I'm not going to break.
I get him. Okay, I figured him out already. At least personality-wise. Definitely clear they lied to him. Okay. Garrick pipes up. So, you're the one who caused a do-over then.
He remains silent.
Well, I shouldn't say cause, rather accidentally caused.
Elrin, you hear one last bit from him. Well, it seems as though that you, the group, might be going to the same place I'm investigating. Should we meet, do know that I intend no ill harm to you all. But think I already have an idea as to where I need to go. And with that, the telepathy ends.
Does he say anything vocally? After I point out that I'm pretty sure what he did was a complete and utter accident.
He speaks out one thing. Good luck speaking to the king.
Thank you.
And he goes.
1 second before he leaves, I want to say, thank you. I called it a mistake, but you unintentionally did the right thing. You'll see.
He turns and leaves.
I know.
Or he turns to go and leave. Razmira, do you do anything?
No. Lightly step off the train as Garrick stepped off and approached him, but that's it.
I didn't go. Oh, I kept 10 feet away from him. I'm not an idiot. I didn't get up close into his face.
Elrin, do you do anything?
He whistles to the Death Knight. Just do like a whistle. Get him to turn.
He turns his head towards you.
He signs to the Death Knight because he knows the Death Knight knows sign language. He signs. I don't know why you're so angry, especially towards me and Garrick. But I will be seeing you soon. That's it.
He goes and nods towards you. And with one last thing he says to you. He sign languages back to you. Or no, he doesn't sign language, he telepathically speaks to you. One last thing. And you may know the answer. Maybe. But we'll let the hands of fate decide that one. And with that, you guys see him just disappear.
Yeah, he teleports. Makes sense. Alright, I enter the train again.
Real quick, roll and...
I'm giving myself guidance before.
Yeah, roll you guys roll a perception check.
Alright,
real quick.
All of us?
Give myself guidance.
This is a natural one.
Oh my god!
I am going to roll good.
Damn.
Okay.
14 plus. 1 second. Guidance.
God, I wish I had the help action. That would have been a natural 20.
So, Garrick, you sort of notices this. You notice that there really wasn't a lot of magic. Like, there wasn't anything that came through there. Like, in terms of...
He did not cast a spell, effectively, is what you're saying.
No. He didn't... There wasn't any sort of marks showing that he did anything magical.
I mean...
Solus?
You can hide that sort of thing pretty easily.
Oh, and Solus, you could tell that he didn't use teleportation.
Interesting.
Alright, I entered the train.
Yep.
Yeah, I assume we all would.
Anyone else could...
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Well, I'll talk after you describe.
You guys hear and you hear the shouting for the trains to begin their departure, and you guys start heading off.
Alright. Did anyone else get anything off of him?
Sadly, no.
Korvac had headed to the back of the train.
Yeah.
After finding his seat.
You noticed his anger too, didn't you?
Of course, it was pretty obvious.
I don't know why. That anger is very much directed at us three as he's looking towards
you in particular.
I know. Don't know why. He says that he might be going to the same place as us.
I speculated that he's probably the kid of someone we know.
You cut out.
I've already speculated, since he's from the future, he's probably the offspring of someone we know, someone we're close to, someone at the very least we know.
He did leave a pretty cryptic threat though. He said he has no intention to harm us.
He talked to you then, telepathically.
He did.
What exactly did he say?
He said good luck. He said good luck speaking with the king.
No, he said that verbally. I'm talking about the telepathically stuff.
He told us that he has no intention to harm us. However, if we do interfere or get in his way of any kind, he says that he has full intentions of killing all of us.
What did he say about that? How did he phrase it? I need to...
I'm gonna be honest, I had already forgotten. My memory sucks.
Okay, he said that's a promise I intend to keep.
He said it's a promise that he's basically intending to keep, but he said it as a promise that he is not
going to break.
That's a promise he's not willing to break.
Which that implies that he failed somewhere. It could be in reference to the fact that he definitely did this on accident. The whole time travel shenanigans. Yeah, why else would he come back here if they already won? He had your mind. Did you feel like he peered further?
Would I have known? Would I have felt like he peered any further, Jacob?
Then, if he didn't, that means he's comfortable believing whatever truth he believes. You did something to someone he knew, or something to him, but considering when we died, it's very unlikely. So, you did something to someone he knew, maybe a family member. Or you will. Or...
I don't know.
Here's what... He was most likely raised by Cassandra, who probably kept a tighter leash on Lucius. Odds are, he's been fed a lie since birth. If that's the case, then you didn't do anything. He was just told you did something.
Whatever it is, he believes it wholeheartedly.
Enough that he didn't peer into your mind. Why wouldn't he do that if he wanted the truth?
I don't know.
I think it's because he's more comfortable believing... Because if he's wrong, his whole life's a lie. Therefore, he has to believe you're guilty.
Explain why he's so angry. Even without seeing his face, I could see it. I could just almost feel it.
Hey Jacob, we had to have seen some of the face in order for us to detect the anger. We would have to see some micro.
You didn't. Here's the thing. You guys didn't see any part of the face, but you could tell that he was angry based on his body movement.
Then let me start with this. Does the body language indicative of anyone we've ever encountered? Anyone Garrick has ever encountered? Typically speaking, body language can be inherited through genetics or through force of habit due to who you're raised by. We'll start there.
You would have to do that when if you guys see him again, since it wasn't something you went through and asked.
I didn't want to interrupt what you were doing with Ellerin, and I had 6 minutes to observe it. Could I roll an insight on that?
Fine. I will allow a retro.
Yeah.
Insight on it.
Yeah, because I didn't want to
say that I won't roll because he was kind of conversing.
I was looking at him directly.
Anyways.
15 plus. I'm probably not gonna get anything out. 19. Admittedly, I am grasping at straws.
His stance and bodily movements does come to mind of a few people, but it was hard to pinpoint who exactly.
All right, let me narrow the list down. Lucius or Cassandra?
It was more so. It was Cassandra.
Okay. That's good information. That implies that Cassandra definitely... Okay, his body language mimicked my mother's, which means that she trained him, and which is notable. She didn't do any of that to her birth children, so she raised this child, whoever he was. He definitely raised her, which means either she had another kid with Lucius, and considering her detest for him, that's unlikely, or she stole from someone else. She never had any love for her birth children. They reminded her too much of him. But if it was a quote-unquote adoption, that does mean that that child's someone else's.
Well, the question is who. I very much doubt that it would be, that it could be Jonathan. Be obvious. Well, let me rephrase that. I very much doubt that it could be any of our children. They've been battling the Death Knight, and I very much don't believe that they would be pretending to be that.
Jacob, the legs, were they draconic in any way, or were they booted as in human?
They were humanoid.
Okay, so it has to be one of our humanoid allies. Cassandra is a cruel woman. She would definitely take... It's well within her character to take one of the children that someone close to us, lie to them, be like, hey, they did this, and then, basically mold him into her perfect weapon. And we're dealing with the future here, so the Death Knight could be a number of people we know. It had to be someone close to us, though. It could be, maybe you and Estine might be expecting soon. That's a possibility. It would be a cruel, twisted joke, your own son hating you, wanting to kill you. Something well within like Cassandra.
Elrond shakes his head. As my current knowledge, I don't believe that Estine is expecting.
We have been gone for a bit. It could be, or you could, again, future. You could, And also, not that it matters anymore. I mean, even if you weren't, let's say I'm right, and let's say you don't have a kid anymore, he'll still remain.
Because multiverse theory's a bitch.
Well, here's the thing. My current theory is that because he's the one who caused this time thing, he has to exist. Therefore, I think he's a time remnant. Someone who is outside the normal laws of time, where changing the past doesn't change his future. He's just set. He ages, but even if he goes back further back, nothing changes for him. He just still exists. Like, he could kill whoever his parents are, and he would still exist. However, with that being said, he does want to kill you. So maybe it's not yours.
Well, closely related, perhaps.
Alright, I look towards Rasmira and everyone else. Is there anyone we can think of? Anyone we're close with? Any allies that might have had a child?
Korvac is gone at this point.
Okay.
Bolus just drugs it. Well, you said the legs were humanoid, so it can't be mine.
Obviously. It could be... Does the Taoshian have an oath of not having children? It could be the father's kid, ironically.
No, they do not have an oath.
Okay. It could be them. It could be a particular fuck you to you, Solus, but the Ellerin connection's where I'm thinking. He hated Ellerin in particular.
Eric, there's
Could
only
be
one other person.
Family.
There's only one other person that I could even possibly think of if he has more hatred for me.
Who?
Well...
Helena? She could have had another child. She is very young for an elf. She isn't even in her first century. She's still able to produce children.
Possibly. However, that's not who I was thinking of.
Then who?
It's a wild assumption, but when you and Resmir were both locked up, I had a chance encounter with Morden. Here, outside of Zenith City.
What about him?
And I did notice that he was giving the look to Theresa, his bodyguard.
Wait, no, Theresa was with Del Sando. It would be pretty messed up in the age difference, but...
She was with him.
With him, as in they were officially a couple, or with him?
No, well,
just with him?
They were just with him. She was his she was quote-unquote bodyguard.
You're good at reading people. Did you sense any indication that Theresa could have reciprocated the feeling? I believe Morden would have a crush on her. Morden's a child.
I did. I very much could see it.
Out of game, did Theresa actually have a thing for Morden in that encounter?
Well, I know that Morden did.
Yeah, we know Morden did. I believe that. I don't know if Theresa would have reciprocated the feeling.
Out of game, yeah. Would I have known that Theresa had reciprocated that feeling for Morden? When I had encountered him last.
Yes, actually, you did get a notice for that. She did not. During that encounter with him, you did notice that she did not seem to have reciprocated the same feelings.
Okay, let's run with this.
Well, I know that he definitely had feelings for her, but from what I could tell, she did not reciprocate those feelings.
But what if she did later on? In this alternate timeline that no longer exists, what if Morden somehow got through to her? It's possible. It would definitely match the age range of our children. The Death Knight himself probably is very young. He stands like a young man. He talks like a young man based on what you said. He has these ideals of honor. He hasn't seen... At the very least, he hasn't been told to do anything that would make him question that. So either he's really into the belief, or they haven't had him do anything. So he's definitely a young man.
Big question is, no matter what, the question is, what lie could Cassandra have possibly told the Death Knight to provide such more hatred to me? If it is someone that I knew, assuming that we've narrowed it down to possibly two people, Helena's had another child, or Morden has. I can only make.
Is Morden alive in their timeline? Was Morden alive? That's the question. Or was Theresa? The kids would be too young to know if they had a child. I don't think they would ever know. But they would have heard if Morden died.
We need that answered. And Ellerin is gonna go find Korvac.
All right.
Ellerin's just gonna go down the train looking for Korvac. I assume I would find him, because it's a train. There's only so much he could go.
Yeah, you would... Hold on. Make sure I'm not muted. Okay. You would find him in the back of the train, treating some of the more heavily wounded and sick individuals.
Eller will go to Korvac. He'll give him a minute when he's stopped for a second from providing treatment.
Yes, Ellerin. What is it you need?
I need you to send a message to Evelyn.
Ah, yes.
I need you to ask her if they. I know that this would be hard for them. I need you to ask them if, in their time, in the future, if Morden and or Helena have been are dead.
Also,
Morden or Elena?
Helena.
Elena.
yeah, or Morden.
I
Morden
take it
or
you
Helena.
have come across something rather substantial then, I take it?
You could say that. We're just trying to come up with inquiries at the moment.
I may need some sort of orb of sending eventually, with how much I use this spell. Okay, let me see.
Just cast. He wants you to cast sending on her.
Yeah, and he will do so, thankfully. I always keep this damn thing prepared.
We know Helena is dead. I just realized we know Helena is dead. They confirmed that Helena did die.
We know. Well, yeah, we would know Helena is dead because Goodell would have been completely destroyed.
Yeah, it's a matter of Morden at this point.
Okay. So ask specifically, especially more from Morden, if Morden is dead in this new timeline.
All right. Give me just a moment.
And he puts 2 fingers up to his head as he casts sending.
He does the friggin' Goku instant transmission pose.
Except instant messaging.
Charles Xavier.
Evelyn, I have a major question I must ask you. In your timeline, is Morden dead?
You have
9 words left.
Yep, you have 9 words left.
I was counting.
It is of great importance that we know this.
Okay,
so that's 25.
Alright. It will take her a moment to respond. Real quick, I don't typically do this with D&D streams, but real quick, we're going to take a 2-minute break, a quick moment of silence, because apparently something happened down over here in southern Florida, where a condo had collapsed and there's still 99 people missing, so I'd like to respect those that are still missing or might have died from that. So we're going to take a quick 2-minute break and go silent for a moment.
Okay.
Okay.
Alright, a moment's passed. Thoughts and prayers go out to the families of anyone who is among the 99 missing. We hope that their family...
yes.
We hope that whoever you are who is missing that you know is alive and well. At the very least, we hope that answers are brought soon so you can get closure. Yeah, alright.
Alright, we can get back to this.
Very respectful, Jake. Thank you.
pay people, all of us here. Yeah, we all send our prayers and respects to those that are still missing.
Yep.
And I hope that you guys down there in South Florida, capable of finding your loved ones inside of there, and they're all hopefully doing as best as they can and come out of this alive.
Like I said, if not, at least get closure. In the meantime, what does everyone respond to? How does everyone respond? She has 25 words.
Everyone responds with, Morden was dead, and the rest of the royal family was dead. Anyone else that you'd like to ask about?
Alright. No, that confirms it. They die at the same time.
He looks up to Ellerin and he looks around at the people around him. And he motions his head for them to move. For him and Ellerin to, go somewhere that is a little bit more private.
What did she say?
So, well, your hunch is right. Him and the rest of the royal family were killed in that timeline.
Right. Good to know.
Do you go back to Garrick?
He would go to Garrick and say, Kovac sent a message to Evelyn. She told us that in that time, the entire royal family was killed off.
To their knowledge, if Morden and Theresa did have a child, that explains everything. I pull out my journal, because I've actually kept out-of-game notes on my speculations on the Death Knight.
Nice.
Nice.
Yes,
Nice.
that confirms everything. Cassandra raised the child. She probably caught it in an environment of love. It had to have been. If Cassandra also his weapon, the double blade scimitar, that's one of the few things she taught me. That's how I knew he was definitely raised by them. If I'm right, then it seems I'm right. She probably gave him a rhetoric. She's like a lie. One second, let me get my notes here. He's probably been lied to all his life. No doubt told the rhetoric of a noble empire and their vile enemies that could never hope to stand in the way of justice. He's an honorable man. He talked to you humbly, respectfully, even though he hated you. He was taught this. He hates you, in particular, because if I'm right, I think I know what she did. If his father is Morden, you are the closest out of all of us to the royal family. Maybe she should... And he was dead. Cassandra would have had to explain that. She probably told him that you betrayed him. That we all betrayed him, but you in particular. If I'm right, then she convinced him to hate you to avenge a father he never knew. A father who would never want this.
Against the man who didn't do anything.
No, I don't think it was hard to convince him. Keep in mind, she probably knows about your past. She probably told him some rhetoric about how you snuck your way into the good graces of the royal family to betray them to get power at the last second. The vile pirate who wishes to be the pirate king.
No, it wouldn't be. It would be pretty easy to convince him again to turn against me.
Keep in mind, we are jumping. Until we get more proof, this is only speculation. At the very least, I'm confident that he has been lied to his whole life. His attitude just... Especially if he was talking to you telepathically, he would have had no need to hide his true nature, which means that was him. He chose to be respectful. To give us warning. That is not the actions of someone who is terribly vile. I think we can turn him.
So I think if it's who we think it is, gods, I hope so.
It's gonna be an uphill battle. Even if we can convince him that what we're saying is the truth, he'll deny it a lot simply due to the fact that he grew up with this. To be told everything you've known is a lie. That's not so easy to convince someone of.
I think it's safe to say we've all been fighting uphill battles most of our lives, haven't we?
Yeah. I have an idea, but you're not gonna like it.
What?
If he has the spell Detect Thoughts, tell him to use it on you next time we encounter him. Tell him to look into your mind. He'll
thoughts.
Not just your thoughts, your memories, your most inner, deeper thoughts, everything. It should at the very least cause a contradiction to what he's been told.
All right.
It's a risk, though. If you don't want to take it, don't take it.
Oh, I think that's what we need to do.
As for his mission, I have an idea, but I'll save that. Besides, I think we're arriving at Algor. I like the irony of that name. Jacob, did you do that intentionally?
Perhaps.
I love it.
As you guys are riding in the train, you do hear the notice that that you guys will have that'll be 15 minutes before you guys arrive there, and you see out beyond the train is a vast land full of small towns and forests, and a wall that spans across over to the nearby lake that's brimming with life. Or, from what you guys have seen, what's left of it. You see plenty of military encampments below you guys as well, and you see airships flying in and out. Razmir and Korvac, roll me a history check.
Damn.
I know nothing.
Yeah.
Could Korvac get advantage because he has been invested in Dwarven Kingdoms and odds are would have
Yeah,
researched.
he has been here before.
Well, not just been here before, but you have diplomatic relations with them, which means you would have had to study certain histories.
Oh.
Razmira should get advantage on
Well, no, she hasn't been involved.
I know, that's the joke.
You would know based on relations with you guys and the Dwarven Kingdom, is that they currently are in the process of testing a new form of travel for themselves. Some ships capable of flying. However, they've only been in the beginning stage and aren't even ready for military use if they were to go to that. And that, from what you've heard on that as well, that they've only have about three in stock.
So this is the fruits of their development. So they have come quite far.
Well, hopefully we can make sure that they have more to go, considering.
Yes, we have a lot of issues to solve for them.
We know where the main issue is. I point to the mountains. The mountains here. The enemy are clearly up to something. And also, I can't imagine the Dev Knight being here as a coincidence.
Say that he was going to the same place as us.
Korvac.
Yes.
I'm following a hunch. I need you to do me a favor. I want you to cast Sending on him. I want you to tell him the mountains where the enemy are. If I'm right, that's where he's headed. If you don't want to,
sure,
that's fine.
That's wise.
I'm just following a hunch. If you disagree, don't do it.
Thing is, there may be a chance he's already going there too.
Then don't do it if you think it's unwise. For now, I'm not going to force you to waste a spell slot if you think it unwise. It's just a hunch I wish to follow. We should make our way to the king first, however. Odds are you and Elrond...
How about this? I will send him the message before... when we make sure that we know that there's nothing else to be done today.
Alright, fair enough.
As you guys begin to pull in, you guys see a wall that's filled with gears and cogs. And you see you guys go and pull into a nearby train station. When you get out, you see this. Give me a second. I just... No. Please.
Copyrighted. Okay.
Guys, see this. You see in the distance above what you would assume to be the central point of the city, a large structure being held up by a magical orb. And surrounding that is 4 towers, each with their own bits of, with their own smaller orbs of magic.
Cyber fantasy.
Yeah.
That is amazing and an incredible weakness, too.
One problem at a time. Alright, what was the Dwarven Kings again? We got the name in like a previous session. Like it was Michael, something like that?
King Martin, or if
Martin.
you want to go more proper, it's King Berenstein.
Martin Berenstein, that's right, that was the name. Alright, let's make our way. Odds are you and Elrond will be the only ones let in, but on the off chance that all of us are...
I cannot guarantee much.
As you guys walk out through the metal train station.
By the way, since Elrond pointed out the purple drow before, I'm going to keep my eye to see if that guy's still following us. The purple drow. I'm going to keep an eye.
Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye on that too. So
yeah.
I assume perception checks.
Yep, perception checks.
Well, he ain't hiding from you, Elrond.
It was reversed. I had a natural one the last time and a natural 20 on the other side.
18 for me.
Garrick, you see a couple of different drow individuals, but you can't make out exactly the one you're looking for. Elrond, you flippin' spot the person.
Where is this person?
They are... You saw them towards the back of the train, the last cart before the second elderly. But with your perception this time, being in that 20, you could tell that this drow is a female.
It's female.
Yes.
Oh, what elf?
Okay.
I'm sorry? I need to get that for note-taking purposes.
It's a female drow.
Oh, it's a female.
Yeah.
A female. Okay, I thought that was like a subsection of drow. Don't judge me.
No.
All right.
It's cool.
Nah, you're good.
No, it's just a girl.
But you do see one last thing. You see her put on a mask, a silver mask with kind of lines in the. That's kind of how can I? There's certain masks. It kind of looks like a tiki mask. No, the mask covers. The way that I can describe it is that it looks similar to the mask that the people from Korra wore in the Amon's group, the Equalists.
Oh,
it's
those
similar
masks.
style to that.
Those kind of masks. Okay, an Oni mask?
Mm-hmm.
Oni mask. An Oni mask.
Okay.
So as we're walking,
It's clear who she works for.
As we're walking, Elrond's looking straight ahead, but Garrick is right next to him. Female drow. Just keep an eye on her. She put on an Oni mask when she got off the train. Would I know how far back she is from us?
Yeah. like off the train, or because you guys were roughly the first first
no, but is she following us?
Very few first people.
Distance if she's following us. Let me put it like that. If she's following us, distance.
She keeps 1,000 feet distance between the two of you guys.
We wouldn't be able to see that. We would not be able to see that.
1,000 feet. I wouldn't be able to see that.
Yeah, we would not be able to see that with 1,000 feet, even with a natural 20. If it's like, and she wouldn't be able to see us unless she was scrying.
Which you might well be.
True, but none of us have had to make a wisdom saving throw.
So 1,000 feet.
Do you mean like 100? Yeah, do you mean like
probably
like
100 feet would make more sense?
100 feet makes way more sense, or like.
Yeah, it was 100 feet.
All right, yeah, we can spot that.
So he says, keep an eye. She's keeping a pace, about 100 feet back from us.
Yep. Yeah, like that's almost half a mile, roughly, like a little under. Unless we're.
Yeah, that's my bad. I read my notes wrong.
How long did she follow us, Jacob?
She follows you guys for... Well, the question being is, where do you guys go?
We're heading to the king. We're acting as if we don't know she's following us.
So, she follows you for a few minutes, and she looks up towards the center of the kingdom, looks back at you guys, and quickly goes and diverts her course back towards the train stations.
If you want to avoid the politics, Etherin, you could follow her and see what she's up to. You're the only one of us who could actually do it.
Much as I would want to avoid the politics, I think I need to be a part of it here. They already know that. They already know I'm here.
It's up to you. You're the only one who could probably follow her without getting spotted. I mean that out of game. Like that aside, you were the only one who could probably follow her and probably get a general idea of what she's doing. If we want to know what this bitch is up to, you're the only one who is capable of it.
Find a good reason for the king to tell the king why I wasn't able to accompany you. As he stops,
I give you guidance for your self check.
Am I able to get any sort of advantage on this because I'm trying to blend into a crowd, or is there with trying to keep track of her?
Yeah, you can.
So stealth.
Advantage.
31. Do you want to use the guidance there because it only lasts for a minute?
Might as well.
32. She would have to roll God tier in order to pass that check.
Nah, she doesn't see you. So
I keep about the same distance back, just keeping an eye on her. If she does happen to turn around because of that stealth, assuming
Nope,
I would.
Nope, not that music.
The drow ambushes you. She was behind you the whole time.
Surprise, bitch. As you know, to be more surprise, motherfucker.
I'm just stealthing along,
Alright. So she goes and winds through a couple of crowds of people. Mainly a lot of the dwarves running back and forth, bringing people, both sick and injured, to and from different areas of the town. She eventually reaches towards the train station and sits down in the waiting areas to the right of you.
Is there a bench behind her?
She is sitting against the wall.
Oh. Damn,
so
because I want to do...
bench across from her.
Is it like a corner wall?
It is.
Damn, I was really hoping it was an open bench with one behind it to do that like subtle talk. Damn it. Anyways,
you rolled a pretty good stealth. Odds are you can still sneak up on her and
So
yeah, if you
she's
approach
sitting
from
on a
another corner.
corner wall, huh? There's just like a straight wall. There's like nothing I can try and sneak behind at all.
There's a window.
Where?
It's the window. There's one window directly behind her and one to the left of her. Kind of facing the outside of the station out towards the city streets.
Is this window open at all?
Nah, it's closed.
What about the one to the left of her?
It's also closed.
Sitting on a corner wall. She does not see me yet.
I mean, you could try to pickpocket the window open. Or, you know. Odds are, though, she's probably talking telepathically. If she's working with the Death Knight, odds are it's a sending scenario.
How do I want to go about this? I don't want to just go up and approach her. That'd be a stupid move.
Not unless you got a cape of the mountain back, which we did not give you.
Nope. Let me see what I got.
Maybe this is the Death Knight's wife or something. Like his girlfriend or something. Wouldn't that be sick?
God.
By the way, she's following us for a reason. I want to know what that reason is.
There's no good way for me to go about this.
I mean, the best case we can do is you roll stealth with disadvantage, and you just hope to God she isn't looking when you move in.
Wait, what is it?
The best, maybe you could move in when she isn't looking. You are pretty stealthy.
You cut out again. He keeps cutting out.
Move in when she isn't looking, and then get to a vantage point where she can't see you, and then, you know, that's the best case scenario here.
Is there any vantage point that I can get to see if I can get any sort of insight on what if she'd be saying anything?
Actually, yes, you would. She's sitting right next to a older gentleman that looks to be one of the train station captains who's currently on break.
She's sitting next to him?
Mm-hmm.
She could be distracted by conversation if the guy is trying to get chummy. I mean, I know elves and dwarves don't typically get along, but the guy's like, well, it's been a while, and this lady's looking pretty decent. I might as well shoot my shot. Gotta take your shot. Gotta take your shot.
Would she happen to be looking his way at all, in a way that she wouldn't really see me?
Yeah, she's looking right at him.
Where is he to the left of her? Is he to her, like, her left, or like where with that one window? Or...
So she's looking away from the window to the left of her and the doorway.
Basically,
but she is looking. She would be able to see out the window that's right behind her.
Okay, so the one to her left.
It's worth it, man. If you can self-believe.
I'm gonna try and see if I can subtly open the window.
All right, roll a thieves' tools check.
23.
You were able to do it.
So he opens the window. and I guess he would try and get in almost like pretty much just a little bit away from her, but close enough to where he can hear if she's saying anything.
By any chance, do you speak Dwarvish or no Dwarvish?
He speaks Dwarvish.
Okay, so you would hear her speak to this dark-skinned Dwarven captain. Hello. You wouldn't happen to know exactly when the next train is leaving? Ah, yes. I know exactly when it's going to be leaving. We'll be leaving in the next hour or so. But is there any way I could get another train to get back to the other station quickly? Unfortunately, there isn't. This is the only operating one right now. The other ones are still being constructed. I'll have to wait for the other train to be ready. Alright. Well, thank you for your time.
Jacob, does this happen to be any sort of hidden code, almost like they're talking in Thieves' Cant at all?
No.
No.
Or like there's a double entendre to their meetings. Like, I'm going to get milk. You will need the car to get milk. Translation: I'm gonna murder this guy. Here, take my gun.
That sounds that would be Thieves' Cant pretty much. That's kind of how Thieves' Cant work. It says it's like a bunch of jargon, but in Thieves' Cant is pretty much like the D&D version of double entendres.
I mean, at this point, then you could, if there's nothing else, she's stuck here. You could either ask her why she's following us, or leave well enough alone.
So while she's, I assume that the dwarven train worker eventually leaves.
Yeah, 5 minutes passed after that conversation. He's like, "Oh, time to go back on and gotta go back to work. You have a nice day, miss." She nods her head at him, and he goes and leaps towards the office building, or the office part of the train station, to the back side of the room.
As he leaves, before she turns her head, he says to her, "You've been pretty invested in our group, haven't you?" Because I don't think she's noticed him until this point.
If you're here to kill me, you can get it over with. Or you can sit down and we can chat like civilized people.
I have no intention of killing you, but I want to know why you've been following us.
I'm willing to make a trade, if you got anything of worth. And then I'll tell you what you want.
What would you even be looking for?
Gold, magical items. She raises you could tell with her mask on, she kind of gives a raising eyebrow look. Or suitable and knowledgeable information.
Someone like you. Looks like you know a lot of different things. I don't really think there's much information that I can provide you.
I know a few things here or there, and judging by the way you speak, you've had plenty of encounters like this before.
I simply came to ask why you have taken such a vested interest in me and my friends. And now you come demanding something in return for it? It's rather bold of you.
That's how information works these days. And judging from your stature, you would know that very well. That's how it typically works. You want answers? You give something. And I'm a bit more of a loose cannon. If I can strike a deal, I let some stuff go. If I can't, well, I go my separate ways.
I mean, just, you have money, right?
Correct. I do. And he goes, "That is true.
Or I could simply alert any of the guards around that someone of my stature has been falling around by a very shady-looking individual.
And what good would that do?
And I feel concerned. And I feel concerned for my life.
Well, nothing would really happen.
No, nothing would happen to me.
No. Nothing won't really happen to me either. She goes and shows her pockets. I am clearly unarmed. And that could easily be written off that I thought you were someone that, well, someone familiar that I couldn't quite get my finger on it. Someone I used to know. And if they ask me why I have a mask, simply put it, I could have a rash.
That's flimsy at best, but still.
I come from the slum parts of the town, so it's not too uncommon for people to be following around individuals. Still, though, you would be correct. I would be questioned and maybe asked to be removed, but I was already on my way out of the city anyhow.
Fine. How much money
If anything, by you doing that, would get me out of the city a lot faster.
Fine. How much gold do you want?
For this information, I'm looking at 2 deals with this. Well, they ought to form into one. 10,000 gold, and we both walk away. No violence. No scenes. We never knew one another.
1,000 gold's a lot of money. Seems... That doesn't... From what you're implying, sounds like some pretty valuable information.
Oh, it quite is.
I'm gonna insight that. 27.
What are you wanting to get out of that?
Seeing if she's bullshitting with any sort of, oh, this is valuable information.
Oh, she's not bullshitting whatsoever.
Look, you have 1,000 platinum, right?
Yeah, I do.
That's the equivalent.
I know it is.
From your experience, you could tell that the information she's holding is information that could honestly cost her life if she told you. So yeah, pretty valuable.
You're willing to... This sounds like the type of information that someone would kill someone else for. And you're willing to give it to me.
Good eye. I have to live the high life, you know. So the question being for you is, do we have a deal on both conditions?
He hands her a bag of 1,000 platinum and says, tell me everything you know. And he still has his hand on it just in case she tries to take it. And if she does try to take it, he'll say, everything.
Are you going to keep your oath? Are you gonna go and keep yourself truthful on letting us both walk away?
I am a man of my word. I wouldn't. We can walk away here peacefully.
She is going to incite you on that.
He's not telling a lie.
Okay. Simply put it.
He's, like I said, he's a man of his word. It's the same incident with Maria. He gave his word that he would not kill her as long as the hostages go unarmed. That's who he is.
Well, to give you the first part, I was asked to spy on you and report back to my other compadres.
Why?
Also, who?
Yeah, I was gonna wait until she said why, and then he was gonna ask who.
Because you have been, well, you all have been deemed valuable, I should say.
Oh, we're flattered. And deemed valuable by who?
She thinks for a moment. Well, you've already encountered them once. Or twice. And there's many more like me out there. However... You ever heard the story of a group of researchers who were arrested recently in Boracay?
Got it. It was them.
I would.
Then you should know. Then you would know that they're not exactly happy with the other group. However, for another 1,000 platinum, I have more information willing to give you.
You know, last I checked, when I said all information for this, I meant all.
That was the purview of the agreement.
Here's the thing. Your question was why I was stalking, correct? And I said
when I handed you that money, tell me everything you know.
She did agree to those terms. She did agree to those terms, Jacob.
Yes, but
Jacob, she did agree to those terms.
Hold on. But he did say he's wanting to know why she was following you guys, and she did do that.
Unless this information is not why they're following.
It's not why she. It's not. That's exactly my point. It's not why she. It's something completely different. Hence, she said other valuable information.
Yeah.
So for another 1,000 platinum, I'm willing to give you more than what you are requesting on a different subject.
What do you say I just give you 500? You tell me, and I keep my deal, and I keep my end of the deal.
Roll persuasion.
Because you're starting to test my patience.
Roll persuasion.
29.
You know what? That's fine. The group of researchers you know, well, the other people in my position, we're structured in a interesting way. There's a grunt, and then there's the one above them.
That
you might think captain. You may think captains. No. We are informants of the NMI.
So basically stuff we already knew.
And those you are looking for, well, they already have caught wind of your guys' plans. Now, I will say their base is pretty large and they can't move everything in a whole few days, but they're planning on moving their operations.
From the mountains to somewhere else. I figured
in roughly 5 days. They'll be smooth sailing outside of there. At least, those carrying the last of their secrets too, if they can't make it in time.
To be fair, that's not gonna do much if they're caught in there.
Those still holding operational secrets if you guys got there in time. There's a secret entrance to the back of the mountains. Heavily guarded, heavily trapped, you name it. And that's their escape route. But knowing you guys and how you guys work from what I have been told, I'm sure going through, well, that can be done easily. And stop them before they're gone. That and the rest of the people I'm selling out.
To be fair... Go ahead.
That's all I have to give you.
He looks at her for a sec.
I'm gonna give you 10 seconds. Get out of here before I break my part of the deal.
Do you hand her the gold? The gold.
He would have.
Yeah. She goes. Do you? You do realize that I'm stuck here right now, right?
You can go somewhere else.
Also, 3 seconds left.
Fair enough.
2, 1.
She goes and runs.
There we go. To be fair, we don't even need really what they were doing. If they're caught down there, and the dwarves know what's going on down there, at the very least it's stupid evident because they can't hide everything they were doing, they're screwed. Like, they are just stupid screwed.
So they're leaving. So the NMI is planning on moving their operations in 5 days from now, and they have a secret back way that's heavily guarded, but it's their escape route.
Yeah. So, I mean, just tell the dwarves to wait in that general area, and they're gone. If that's their escape route, they don't have teleportation unless the bitch was lying.
Elrin, roll one last perception check.
22.
You see a piece of paper that she purposely drops as she walks away.
He goes up and grabs it.
It reads in Dwarvish that the plan is almost ready. This land will burn further.
Again,
this land will burn further.
Yeah, so again, if they're caught down there, no matter how much stuff they get out, just their presence being there with their resources, they're fucked. They are just fucked. They will be caught, and, you know, at that point they serve no purpose to Cassandra, if they still have any to Cassandra, so if they weren't going to die before, they're all going to die now. So, I guess the rest of us are making our way to the Dwarven King?
Yep.
Alan would have started to make his way there later on, but I know that it would take a while, so.
No.
Sorry, I just wanted to say that.
The king is dead! Ominous music! The king is dead!
As you guys get to the castle, it's built up a couple stories high.
Okay.
All right. With a lot of metal and stone attached to it, really well defended. You see a few pair of dwarven guards step in front of you guys at the gates. Halt! What is your business?
Korvac?
I was muted. I am Korvac of Elamaria. I'm here to see the king.
Ah, yes! He gives you a kind of angry stare. The king is very keen on seeing you.
I'm gonna fucking inside that bit. I'm gonna fucking inside that. That ain't suspicious at all. That the king is very happy to see you. To kill you! Ah, damn it. Oh, oops. Ignore that. 2. So 13 on the inside.
Yeah, you can tell he's angry. You can't figure out what or about what.
Korvac, I mean, he's very obvious about the anger. Tell me, why the hostility?
You will have to go and speak to the king about that one. On the strict orders I am to not cause any commotions. He goes and presses a button and the metal doorway opens up. Leading lighting up a room that's full of gears, knobs, and people running about. And you see an elevator awaiting. Just go up the elevator, it'll take you to the 5th floor, and that's where you'll go and see the king. Just make sure you knock twice, and for the rest of you, under no circumstances, except you two, he points to Razmira and Korvac, do not mention the king's eye.
What that I do.
Saying this to the one person who got her eye clawed out.
I have no
dwarves.
right.
They're
I have
fucking...
no right to talk. Like, legit.
I can only imagine, like he says, I was like, don't mention the king's eye as he's pointing to the one-eyed woman.
I'm looking down at this, like, what is that supposed to mean? She's giving him this questionable stare, like, why me? I have nothing to say.
Yeah,
well, he pointed to you and Korvac because you both know what happened to about the king's eye. And that he doesn't want to talk about what happened with his eye. You guys don't even know the story what happened, but
and it would be probably be better to say that. It would probably be better to say that to Garrick and Solace if they're.
They're dwarves, man. They have no tact. Okay, they're freaking dwarves.
He was talking to Garrick and Solace.
I know, but like I said, they're dwarves.
Anywho, you guys enter, I suppose?
Yeah, we enter. And again, they're dwarves, Richard. They are without tact. They will say whatever the fuck they want, whenever they fuck they want. True. Especially in their own goddamn kingdom.
Yeah.
Oh, son of a monkey's uncle. Right, I knew this was happening. Give me a second. Okay, so I'm about to open up Discord. Hoping to God
by the way,
Discord, my entire computer doesn't crash.
Also, I want to point this out while Jacob's doing this. We made no vocalization about our plans. We just discussed it amongst ourselves when we were definitely not being scried on because no one had to make a wisdom saving throw. There is the fact that they had spies watching us. If we didn't know what they were doing, we now know what they're doing. They kind of screwed themselves over here. Like, they really screwed themselves over here. Imagine if we didn't have the dream, and then, like, we noticed that Jarrell watching us, and then she's like, oh, hey, yeah, they're in the mountain. They really screwed themselves over here. I mean, we knew they were behind it, we just didn't know where up until the dream, and even then, we were basically like, okay, we're gonna have to deal with this. And even then, we were like, okay, kind of. And, like, we didn't vocalize the dream, so they really did themselves in here. Like, 6 ways to Sunday, they are fucked.
I have to find the image real quick.
Yeah, like, if there's even a trace that they were there, and, like, they discover it, they're fucked, because no one else will do business with them. Hell, like, all of Borikari is against them, basically, with the exception of the Dwarven Kingdoms, and even then, the fact that they're operating in the mountain shows that it's secret. So they're gonna be fucked. If we catch them in there and we get them all, they're fucked. And they fuck with the one thing Cassandra cares about, nature, so they're really fucked.
Does she care about nature?
Yeah, like in her backstory, in that whole vision. In her vision, she hated that nature was dying in that place.
Oh.
Yeah, she actually does, and they're actively ruining it. So, 6 ways, they are fucked.
Okay, so as you guys go up several floors, and eventually you guys make it to the 5th floor, and standing in front of you is a door that's lined with gears. And you see a small young dwarf sitting there. Give me a second. Let me go and notify the king. He presses a little button. King Martin. Yeah. The Prince Korvac and Princess Razmira is here. All right, send them in. And you guys, give me a second. I got music for.
I hope.
I'm not too far off.
Copyright.
Oh, that's great.
As you guys walk in here, let me go and post this inside the chat since I don't have it available. You guys see a large room with windows and a lot of command consoles sitting there. You don't see a throne per se, but the best way I could describe it, it kind of looks like the main ship from Star Trek. in there?
The Enterprise.
The Enterprise.
Wait, which one? Enterprise original, A, B, C, D, or E?
Too many Enterprises.
Yes.
And so you see a 3'5" dwarf. Let me post it. Oh no, wrong one. It was the other image.
Mr. Kingness, a devil's right-hand man.
You see him in a
copyright.
You see him sitting there with a long brown beard, pale skin, wearing a kind of gold and dark silver crown with a bunch of tassels on him. And you see a kind of a red scar in his eyes. At first he looks menacing, but Razmir and Korvac knows he's one of the kindest kings in Boracari. Alright, everybody, you move your asses, you better get the southern defenses back online, otherwise you will meet the wrath of me, mother, and you do not want to meet the wrath of me, mother.
So he says that, and then he does this.
Hold up.
You see everybody scrambling around. You there! You're supposed to get the other. What is the progress of the other train? Sir, the train is almost ready. You need to get them to work faster. Send a report down telling them that they need to go faster. And you there, Sergeant, or whatever the fuck your name is. You need to go make sure those entire deliveries are arriving here on schedule. Again, don't make me remind you. You will face the wrath of me, mother, if you don't go do it.
Me, mum.
This is the equivalent of like a person introducing their significant other to their parent, and they're like, they're a nice person, and in the background, that significant other is currently like beating people up.
It's currently punching your little brother. As you're like, and you're saying, yeah, my significant other's a really nice person.
Yeah, and he's just like beating the shit out of this child. Oh, hey, nice to meet you. I'm courteous. Bang, 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 bang.
You see, what his name tag reads as Sergeant Henderson run out the room. This 2'5" dwarf that's kind of turned blue from that. He's like, yes, sir, I'll be right on it. He runs into the elevator. He turns around and looks at you. Ah, yes, Korvac and Prince Korvac and Princess Resmia. Pleasure to meet you guys. And you brought glass. Good.
Korvac gives him the customary bow.
He goes and gives you guys. He goes and returns the bow. And he walks up to Elrin.
She doesn't bow.
He walks up to Elrin and Garrick and holds out his hand.
Solas and Garrick.
Solas and Garrick.
That's Solas and Garrick, right. Solas and Garrick. And you two are?
Solas Firebrand, council member of the Order of Tao Xian.
They sound... Never heard of them. I'd love to ask you more on that. But good to meet you. He gives you a firm handshake.
He shakes it back.
And you, Mr. Ooh, Whitehead. White is a very cool color. And what is your name?
Just some fucking nobody.
Alright, just some fucking nobody. Good to meet you. He shakes your hand.
I wanted to see if that would work, and it did, and I am happy. I shake his hand like, Raspberry, you notice Garrick's like, has the face of, I want to see if that work, and it did. Plus, I don't want to say my name on the off chance he might know about me, just because he was partly involved.
You can see her just Picard facing.
Picard facing. He shoos for the doors to be closed, and he goes and sits down. Prince Korvac and Princess Resmir, how are you both doing? It's been quite some time.
Different things and stuff, you know, the usual.
Things and stuff.
That's understandable. I apologize for the work area to be sort of a mess. A lot of my relatives are currently out on doing their own things, and my mother got word of how this place is doing. She's not happy, and Some people, he looks to some of the people trying to handle the defenses, are currently being slow at getting the defenses up. But
Oh wow, they should hurry up.
unfortunately, I can't go and get too mad at them. We've been
You say
struggling
that,
quite
and
Yeah,
yet...
well.
I just look around like it's literally the entire previous interaction says otherwise.
Look. We have been struggling and trying to keep this entire place afloat.
That's why we're here.
Majority is Oh, hold on, he wasn't finished. Majority of our forts are currently down. We only have one left. Even our western sea border has been broken into. Still trying to figure out what the fuck happened there. We suspect it's an inside job, but...
They got your sea border?
Huh?
They got your sea border?
He goes
That's
and...
unheard of.
He leads you guys out to the western side of the window, and you guys see along, out in the distance past the lakes, you see a good 20-mile wide wall and a good couple miles blown to pieces. That right there is our western sea borders. And somehow, about a month ago, we lost contact. We had a giant explosion in the middle part of it. And we're currently trying to get that cleaned up.
To see the rubble from here, it must have been quite a blast.
Oh, we have a good view.
We had our own defenses over there to go down too, our own shields that we had placed up. And we've been trying to get the pots back in to build it up, and the manpower, things have just been a mess, so I'm glad you guys are here. We've had shipments being stolen, we've had ships being blown up. Many lives have been lost, and up towards the north has been one giant gravesite. They're started small. We've estimated well over 1,000 deaths thus far in the past month.
We can't. I'll let Korvac and leave with this. I'm the information guy. I can tell him more, but you should probably lead.
That is most unfortunate. Have you found any traces of who might be behind it?
Not a single clear, me poor lad. We still suspect that either it was an inside job with the wall, or some former someone didn't do the job properly and a lot of ammunition was blown up. Or even our eastern borders between the mountains coming between both of our respective regions have been blown to bits. By blown, I mean it hasn't been used explosives. A lot of animals have come around there, some that we haven't seen hardly ever come up, such as minotaurs. Came up and destroyed the walls.
With respect, minotaurs are not beasts. They are sentient beings.
Not these kinds.
Then they've been manipulated.
These are more bloodthirsty than usual. We're typically in good relationships with the minotaurs, but
we know who's causing this.
Oh, you do?
I legitimately have notes on this. So, have you ever heard of the Neo-Magical Institute, as well as the Underwoods and the Order of Mystical Beast?
Nope. We keep to ourselves. Korvac and Razmir can testify to that.
Yes, that may have been mostly in part of our kind.
Yeah. They are a group. They are a group that is well known as being infamous in Borkari. Specifically, the NMI. I'm sure because of their isolationalism, I'm sure you are unaware, but they were running experience in a neutral city where they created potions to manipulate world leaders in order to serve the agenda of another.
Well, real quick, how long ago was that?
About a couple of weeks, maybe a month ago, right? That sounds right.
Almost a month ago.
Almost a month, yeah.
He sighs. That would explain why we haven't heard anything. All of our communications have been cut off from the rest of Boracari and a lot of the outside world.
In fact,
which
I do not sure if you're aware, but in the mountains, I point to the ones in the distance that probably would equate to what we're talking about. There's something under there. Something different, something powerful.
We have gathered information that the ones that may be behind all this sabotage may be there.
Your lands are barren because of it. They've been messing around in there, causing an unknown amount of damage, but it's affected the natural landscape. Have you let anyone in those mountains recently?
The only people that's been there have been the miners who work for this land, who provide for the towns.
One of the
magical crystals, stuff like that, to bring them what we now consider as electricity.
The miners, they took. How much did they take beforehand? Were they respectful of it? Did they limit the take? Did they make sure that the itself could heal?
Listen, Gilric.
I did not say my name.
Oh, no, I can't. Right. Listen, somebody who... Whatever you fucking... Look. We have been using those mines for years. Ever since we drove out the giant ants, we have this outer family has gone through, and at first it was a rock start trying to get mine out those mountains, because we discovered many great minerals and stuff like that, and magic that we could use to help further our technology and improve our own society. But we've only been taking what is needed, and we only mine on the on the outer shell of it.
1 second, I'm trying to remember.
The deepest we've gone is at least 400 feet. That's it. But those mountains, those mountains travel further than that.
1 second.
We'd only limit ourselves to the outer shelves because we know creatures live in there. And those creatures prefer the caves, and we don't want to go and destroy their habitats. Plus, it's a really large mountain, so there's...
And the Neo-Magical Institute have been are in there. Trust us. When's the last time you've heard from your miners?
We hear from them on the daily.
Well, now, the thing is, this group has been known to use
manipulation,
magical manipulations.
In Boracari, to the far west, they had a factory of slave workers they magically enchanted to do the work without consequence. They did not care for their own well-being. Most of them, food deprived, all taken captive, unable to resist. I present the documents that I have been saving because I made sure to get those fuckers back. I present it to them as evidence of my claims.
Look, these are all thorough, but I can assure you that they have not been manipulated.
So you've been there yourself. You have been observed it yourself. Yes. You have had mages test tech magic, gone through every precaution imaginable.
Yes, we have.
Then they probably suck in.
Here's the thing. If what you're saying is true, the only thing that's been currently hurting us is robberies both via trains and by land itself. Pillages, being attacked by wild animals, and the crystals being carried off to God knows well.
Those have been caused by the Order of Mystical Beasts. They have been known to mutate on creatures. I present DW, who was in my bag. This was one such creature. They didn't get the chance to do the rest to it, but there was something innately magical because of them. I have proof to back up my claims.
With this, Garrick, as you bring out DW,
he's a little pup.
You see him start panting, and you see a drop of saliva go onto the floor, and you see a small burn hole that melts away the metal.
From DW or from the king?
From DW.
Yeah, like I said, magical. Also, I thought it was poison, not acid. Or was it?
Anywho.
Yeah. Anyways.
It's both.
Either way, it proves my claim.
Yeah, no, it proves your claim.
Yeah.
Poison and acid.
They've been modifying the Capines. They've been modifying every creature that's been causing you... that has been causing you suffer. They're working with the NMI, along with the Underwoods who poached the animals originally. They have this unity, this trifecta, this balance that allows the other to get what they want done. You're so busy dealing with the beast, I imagine it's made for a good distraction as they do whatever they want under the mines, causing your land to go barren.
Unfortunately, it seems so. It all started with the cows turning against us, and chickens, and then eventually larger creatures.
They've more than likely been experimenting on them.
Maybe. Which also, if that's the case, there's something, because I'm assuming you guys are going there, there's something I want you to locate. I don't go and tell the people this yet, because I knew it would cause them to panic. But a lot of them have already suspected it. We are on a gold shortage. Just the last week, someone or something robbed us. Anywhere between 50,000 to 100,000 gold.
Holla.
We have been so busy that it slipped right under us until a few days later, and well, we've started to try to bear out rations as best as possible. We've had to cut off trade routes to a lot of places, including Borokari, when we reopened the ports, because we couldn't afford it.
We can make you self-sufficient again, at the very least. Sorry, you go ahead. You go first.
What could possibly need that much gold? The NMI is well funded by...
Are they? Think about it. What's the one thing that their employer cared about?
Results.
No, the land. Consistently, even with what we saw of her, she always cared about the land. If she discovered what they were up to, and especially since they failed her in Borokari, I doubt she's funding them anymore.
That may be true.
Keep in mind, their plan failed. Who is she going to blame? Herself? Or the people who made the thing?
You're quite right. So, either that the NMI is trying to make themselves self-sufficient by leeching off of you, Your Majesty.
Look, on a regular note, I would love to go and get my men out there and look for these things.
To be honest, a larger force would draw more attention. They would be more likely to escape. We dealt with them before.
That it would.
We'll handle them.
Which is why I am keen to request for you guys to help.
And we will help.
Along with them being stolen, along with the gold being stolen, a few family heirlooms here and there were stolen. A couple of bases here and there. However,
I have one condition.
And that is?
A formal alliance. Open negotiations with Alamari. as well as the rest of Borkari, starting with Alamari, as you have already established a relationship with Prince Korvac, a stepping stone into breaking from isolationalism and joining the world as a whole.
Here's the thing. I would be more than happy to form an alliance with Alamari. We've already formed an alliance with one of the closer kingdoms to the borders. In fact, that was actually something we were planning on doing this month, but
Everything started to happen.
I'm not saying now.
However, there is something I would like to give for handling a problem. Well, this particular problem. Korvac.
Yes.
There is something that I would like to show you in my office that will suit the rest of you pretty well. It's in prototype phase and still being built, but consider it a gift if you guys are able to bring these guys to justice and help bring back the gold that was lost so we can start giving it back to the people and to those who need it.
If we find the gold, we'll give it back. However, I'm not budging on that. When you can call yourself a strong nation again, I want you to open up negotiations, at the very least. Not form anything, just open up. Ease into it.
Of course. I'd be more than happy to do so. Now, I will schedule... We're currently in the prototype testing for, right now, 2 different projects. One that I'm keeping to just between me and Korvac, but the other one, I'm sure as you saw, airships. If you guys would like, since the train isn't going to be due back for another day or so, the ships can get you to the mountains as quick as possible. They'll land you off at the base where their mining company that is currently working with us, and I'll make sure that they'll give you exclusive passage deep within to the mountain.
Thank you. Now, Your Majesty, shall we?
One more thing. I want to know his name. He points to Garrick. Before I fully accept your assistance, I feel as though it'd be most fair that we're under the same basis of who both of us are.
Like I said, I'm a nobody.
I'm off it. He is Garrick.
Picard's face again.
Fine. My name is Garrick. Garrick Tenavant.
And I am King Martin, or King Betterstein. Or you could just call me Martin. I appreciate each and every one of you for your helps. But if you guys need any supplies, we can offer some, but only a small amount. Otherwise, I'll have the ship prepared for you and can leave in a few hours. As for Korvac, I'm going to, he goes and brings you into a private quarters.
Secrets?
Nope, I am going to DM you something.
Okay.
To be fair, I don't know if that king knew me, so I didn't want to, legitimately have a leg up, because he could have heard of the events of 5 years ago to the Korvac's mention, so I wanted to be as fair as possible. That's why I said I was a nobody. Also, just to see if that would work. And it fucking did. It fucking worked.
Although you're so happy, you're just like,
you want a cookie?
Worked.
Yes, I want a cookie.
As he brings you into his office, he lays down the blueprints. So, what do you think, Korvac?
You said this was in the works.
Yep, it'll be a gift from us to you guys. And it'd be a great way to have it tested out. Of course, we will need a bit of... We will need a bit of materials from the land of Border Cottery to get this project finished. But a lot of the work can be done here. It is...
If you're willing to share this technology with us,
I think I know what this is.
then of course we'll be willing to share our resources with you.
Of course, this will be a personal thing for the rest of you guys. Though it will take a couple of months. Though, let me know at a time before it's ready where it needs to be delivered, and we'll have it delivered to you. Depending on where you're at, it could take a month or so.
I see. And with the size of this project, I can see a lot of benefit of reducing travel times as well.
But again, it's going to be powered by magic and some other things here and there.
So, we get rid of the issue of the stolen magic crystals, as well as get rid of these bastards that are mutating all these creatures.
That is correct.
And tell me, what was it? The Order of Magical Beasts, right?
Order of Mystical Beasts.
Yeah.
Mystical
Order
Beasts.
of Mystical Beasts.
And they are a sect under the government, right?
They are not.
No.
As far as he's aware, he said he never heard of them.
Oh. Okay. So, we share this with Borakari to definitely make... Yes. Alright, you have yourself a deal.
Alright. Well, we'll go and get this started up, and you guys can work out the name detailings later, but it will be a personal for your group. He goes and extends his hand out.
Of course, we will deal with these magical retards and have it...
Really?
That is one way of calling them. Alright, you guys are... I'll have a ship sent down and you guys will be ready to leave in an hour. He goes and leads you out, and the rest of you, you all can take a short break.
Mm-hmm.
Make sure you send in your replacements. Again, they'll meet the wrath of me mother.
I whisper it to Resmira. He's very fixated on his mother.
Just don't question it.
I'm not. That's why I'm whispering.
Damn, too, you dumbass.
All right. So, do you guys want to prepare anything before you guys head over to the mountains?
Bullets. Lots of bullets.
Guns. Lots of guns. Also, Elrin would... I assume that you guys would meet up with Elrin again.
Yeah.
Yep.
For the sake of brevity, he tells us about what he learned.
You cut out.
I assume for the sake of brevity, he tells us what he learned.
Yeah, which is that they're planning on leaving in 5 days, but he did get a note. He did get a note saying that their plans are happening soon.
So
and there's a secret passage.
Secret, but it's heavily armed.
A secret passage that's heavily armed, and it's their considered escape route. Also, that the NMI have been sending spies to watch us instead of using magic to watch us.
Well, then how could they possibly know about our plan? How could they know about our plan? We didn't vocally say it, nor did I write it down anywhere.
No.
Oh my god, these guys, they just assumed.
Honestly, that's really how
Oh my
how
god.
it is. They're just assuming.
They literally, even if we didn't get those stupid dream things, we would have learned about it with the spies following us.
That's great.
Oh my god.
My opinion of the animi has dropped even further. That's as low as can be.
They literally did themselves in. If we didn't get those trees, the same thing would have happened. Ellerin would have encountered a spy. They would have been like, hey, they're in the mountains. And we would have gone there anyways.
This is great.
We would have known. And they would have prepared. They were evacuated in 5 days. It would have been out of there, but no.
You were so excited about this.
I find it hysterical.
Oh god, that's great.
Sorry, Jacob.
Right.
You're offended.
So are you serious about the lots of bullets?
Yeah.
They can only... Alright, they can give you a crate of bullets. That
What
crate
type?
holds...
Revolver,
just
pistol...
ammunition.
Revolver, pistol... Okay, how many revolver bolts am I getting?
You're getting yourself 100 revolver bullets.
Christ.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm set. I am set.
These guys are flipping loaded with a lot of technology. They can spare ammunition.
I'm set.
How about arrows, out of curiosity?
Let's go into the cause. Considering they prefer using these with what they can only give you a crate of... they can only give you about 50.
Dude, I don't care.
How many is a crate for them?
A crate is a 50.
Oh.
It is 50 arrows.
That's pretty good amount of arrows.
I don't fucking care. That's a lot of arrows.
That's a lot of arrows. I would take it.
I took it.
Honestly, we should probably if we can.
Solus and Korvac, anything else? Do you guys want to stock up on anything?
Actually, at that point, Solus would, as we're handing out gear, would gather the party around and carefully set out the healing potions that she bought, all frigging 20 of them. It's like, I believe we should probably split these up for greater effect.
5 each? Or,
5 each?
No, my bad. 4
What's
each. 4 each. My bad.
4
Math.
each.
4 each. Okay. 4.
Right, and what grade are they?
Regular.
I think it's just regular.
By the way, as a note, I do have 4 potions of greater healing left.
Should we split? Oh,
No, those are my personal stats. And honestly, I'm going to use them on you guys if you go down and we don't have any healing.
Yeah, I have 4 greater healing potions as well, so...
Yeah.
For the rest of it, Solus is going to make sure all of her equipment is in the best possible condition.
I mean, yeah.
So she's going to sharpen her sword, polish her armor.
Honestly, if we can leave the same day, it's better for us. Like, is it possible for us to... actually, at night would be even preferable because...
At night.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're infiltrating. We're doing a self-mission.
The same, Solus is going to make sure that everything is in the best condition it can be. So she's going to sharpen her sword, polish her armor, try and make it as... If we're doing stealth, try and bind as many of the loose plates and such as possible so it doesn't make too much noise.
Roll a...
friggin...
say performance for doing that?
I would argue investigation to see if she can find every area where she can... Actually, performance is better for you.
Roll Yeah, which one's better?
Performance, definitely.
I'll give you guidance. Pat. Oh!
Only had advantage.
Roll the d4.
I couldn't happen to give her the help action, could I? Because I didn't...
You know what? Because Momoku's there and you both are wearing...
similar armor.
He is similar... You guys are wearing similar armor. I will allow you to roll that with advantage.
So 24.
Because he would try to...
Then
he
the
would try
guidance...
to
27.
27.
He would try to help you if Solus allows it.
She would.
Okay. So yeah. Alright, that's good. Alright.
Alrighty.
She won't look the prettiest she's ever looked, but
Pretty.
with all the binding.
Pretty is nothing.
I'll rephrase that. She won't look the most imposing she's ever thought, with all these bandages and shit wrapped around her armor to keep it from clanging.
Now I'm just imagining a natural one scenario where Solus just taped a bunch of pillows to her armor just so it would be silent. Yeah. And she's like waddling where she walks now.
Well, let's see. Well, the thing is, Korvac has mithril armor, so he doesn't need to worry about disadvantage on stealth.
I think I'm fine with stealth.
I don't have mithril, I only have +1. But thank you for making it, because my AC is now... With all my stuff, I realize my AC is now 22.
Jacob, welcome to my world, for the record.
And that's just average. If I spend a spell slot for shield, my AC goes up to 27.
And you have the shield spell.
Wait, Solus.
Solus. With Shield of Faith, my AC can go all the way up to 29.
So, because you were capable of getting an at 27, oh, an at 20 basically, as a 27, when you go, for the next day, when you roll a stealth check, when you are need to stealth, I won't give you advantage, but you will be granted to add a +4 to that.
I mean,
and that will also stack with guidance.
To be fair, I had to guess myself.
I mean, the reason why he did that was to remove the disadvantage.
I know, but she's gained a +4. That's the thing. She's rolling a normal and gaining a +4. So
okay.
Yeah, she's rolling a normal and gaining a +4. So yeah.
That works.
Yeah. So don't.
The bonus is a plus. I was mainly hoping to get rid of the disadvantage so I don't roll a natural 1.
I think because of the natural 20, Jacob's ruling that you get a +4 for the next day.
For one day, you will get a +4 to your roll. And if Garrick were to give you guidance, he can add the additional guidance die to that +4.
Exactly.
Alright. So, yay. Help.
Alright. So, since she's, alright, Korvac, anything that you want to grab?
Also, do we want to do the sending to the Death Knight? We did talk about that.
We did talk about that.
Oh yeah, there is that.
But we're doing new things today. We're still going on. So
yeah, the thing is,
he said he said he'd burn the spell slot if there's no. He's not doing
basically,
anything else
if there's enough time for him to regain said spell slot. So I don't know how long the traveling will take on the airship.
So we probably shouldn't waste it then.
Yeah.
Hold on, it will take you guys roughly 8 hours or so.
We'll get a long rest. We'll get a long rest then.
So you guys will definitely benefit a long rest.
Then we definitely should leave at night too, just for the sake of getting it up much.
Well, by the time you guys reach there, it'll be around 8 o'clock anyhow. So you guys will be entering in that area
in the morning.
Night.
Okay, yeah, then let's do it.
At night.
Okay, then let's do it. We're gonna be underground, so time will be minute anyways, so we won't have to worry about, oh, it's still daylight out. We'll just be underground.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yep. So,
So does Korvac send out the sending?
Yeah, but I'm pretty sure the magical shop there would be quite bare because of their current situation.
Yeah, we probably won't find an orb sending. You know what? That's on our to-do list. I'm gonna put that in my notes. Let's get orb sending.
Though one thing is, I am definitely going to use the dwarven forges when he's done with that.
All right, what do you send to the Death Knight then? That's the real question.
Well, you have to tell me, since you're the one that wants to do this.
All right, in that case, NMI, that's one word, has secret entrance, or my bad, secret escape in back of mountain, traveling to A entrance to stop them, hunch you are doing same. Join us. Mutually beneficial alliance. 25 words exactly.
All right, and he will send that exactly.
He responds back with, I can agree to that, since it's my mission.
That confirms it.
We'll meet at the front entrance.
All right. That confirms it then. He was sent to kill them. Only one person would have sent him to do that. They are out with Cassandra. They have burned all of their bridges. They are.
They're fucked.
Yeah, well, here's the thing.
How powerful he is, they're fucked.
Yeah, like, no matter how powerful they are, she's 4 gods, burgers and fries.
I like that. 4 gods, burgers, and fries.
Yeah, that's basically.
You know what? You know what? That's the title of the episode.
Fuck it.
4 gods, burgers, and fries.
It doesn't make sense. Cassandra wasn't in this episode, but you know what? It's too good to pass up.
They're such children.
Hold on. No, it's got to be 4. Real quick. It's got to be 4. 4 gods and what? I just said
4 gods, burgers, and fries. It's just perfect. It's perfect.
4 gods, burgers, and fries with a side of salt.
All right, let's. Okay, but what does Korvac want to do at the Dwarven Smith? That's the real question.
Give me a sec. It's why is Snow on?
She DC'd. Yeah, so.
I'm asking if she's on her phone because I'm not sure.
She
if
might
she's
not.
Still on
Yeah,
mobile.
power surge. So honestly, knowing Rasmira, she would probably be prepare my equipment and everything like that. I doubt she'll actually get stuff.
It's almost midnight too.
Yeah, so she'll probably just be like prepare her equipment, you know, basically do the rundown to make sure everything's good. She doesn't really have any magical ranged weapons, and I doubt the dwarves have them either. So, and she's not really a ranged combatant, so.
All right. So during your guys' trip,
Korvac wanted to do something with the Dwarven Forges.
Oh yeah.
When we get back.
Okay, I just want to make sure you got your stuff. I just want to make sure you got your stuff done. Don't worry. I was looking out for everybody.
No, he can't make something in several hours unless I expend his channel divinity.
All right. Do any of you guys want to do anything or interact with anyone while you guys are on the trip there?
I was going to. With
Korvac would interact with Garrick.
I was actually thinking the same thing, funny enough.
Of the sending, yeah.
I was going to actually talk to you about other stuff too, so perfect. High five.
All right. We'll get to that in a second. Solus.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to interact with anyone or do anything during the 8 hours that you travel?
No, knowing there's probably going to be a big battle, she would just not exactly meditate, but she would, focus her powers, think about strategy, etc., etc. She's just getting ready for battle, basically.
Yeah.
All right. Momoku would ask you, Solus, if she'd be willing to allow him to sit with her during
Train with
the
her,
process.
basically.
Absolutely. She wouldn't have any problems with that.
All right.
Yeah, wolf boy.
And Elrin.
I wanted to talk to Rasmira, but
we can do that next. Yeah, we can do that next if she gets back. Or because here's the thing, I get the feeling what's going to happen is that we're going to talk to the Death Knight briefly, and then as you enter the dungeon, that's where we're going to end the session, which is probably the best way to end the session.
Yeah,
I'm hoping because I'm getting tired.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So on this ship ride there, Garrick would want to talk to Korvac, and I guess vice versa. So, who approaches who, Korvac? Do you approach me or do I approach you?
Well, he would most likely approach you to tell you about the sending.
Okay. Thanks. I know you don't necessarily think all my ideas are good, but if I'm right and he is...
I do admit you have some good ideas.
I know, but I acknowledge how crazy this one sounds, okay?
Well, I can tell that guy wants them dead.
He's ordered to want them dead. He wants Ellerin dead in particular. I believe he is the son of someone we know in the future, probably more than Theresa's kid.
I figured as much with your questioning.
But yeah.
Though I'm pretty sure it was you that spurred the hunch.
I suspected a while ago he was. Considering we're dealing with time travel, it just seems too opportune. It just feels too in line with my mother. But you've been off lately.
I have been.
Talk to me about it.
Simply put, it's a doubt in my faith.
Why is there a doubt?
Realization in newer developments with how I see her.
I can't say I don't understand where you're coming from. She modified my memory, so I forgot my adopted father for a long time. Right, you didn't know that. Turns out I had an adoptive father after I escaped, and Lucius caused his death. So I was forced to forget that.
Well, if you were with your real father, then things would have been different. So, it is to be expected of you to have an adoptive one.
Yeah, well, my point is, I understand your lack of faith, your dwindling faith in her.
It has been affecting my powers so, but do not worry, I'm still in control of my power.
What's causing the doubt?
He is going to shut his mind away from Kumata, and he's going to pull out the obsidian, like, orb from his thing.
Yeah, I didn't want to question you about that. That seemed like your business. But what is that?
Is that a snoo?
It is a snoo.
Hiya!
Hi.
Yama snoo.
Look, Garrick, as much as we like to disagree with each other, you are still a trustworthy person I would call friend.
I call you friends as well.
And I'm not afraid to share some information. But he looks around. Like, mostly there are dwarves on this airship, right?
Yep.
We could, I say in Draconic, we could speak in your native tongue if that helps.
True.
And it seems oddly appropriate considering that those ores were found by your god's temples.
Yeah. Well, this one here, as you can probably assume by its look, it is the shard of the god of chaos.
I would not have assumed that.
Well,
Garrick, roll me a wisdom check.
Saving throw or check?
Throw.
Okay.
Saving throw.
Oh right, it hates Nami. I'm the grandson of Nami. I'll get myself guidance. 13 plus.
Yeah, you're gonna need that guidance.
15. We're getting a long rest anyways. I am going to use Favored by the Gods.
Yeah, you want to reroll that. Or not reroll, add that to that.
Yeah, so...
Okay.
18.
So, you succeed. You hear whispers starting to cloud your mind, but you manage to push them back.
Yeah.
Sorry, he does not think highly of Nami for very good reasons.
Let's just say I'm used to being judged for from who I came from. I'm not unused to it. So you said his name was Rico.
No one should be judged for where they come from. They should be judged by who they are.
but why does Nami hate him? Or why does he hate Nami?
Well, simply put, he's only ever wanted a place to call home.
Garrick extends his hand out.
It is a sad soul.
May I? I extend my hand out.
He hands over the stone.
You are not.
You feel chaotic energy radiating from it. It feels warm, as if it's going to try to burn your hand off, but at the same time, if you were to put it in your other hand, you'd see no marks or traces of it trying to burn.
I look at the orb and I try to communicate. So, you're in another long list of lines of people who hate me because of, well, who I came from. I suppose we have that in common. Being a being of pure chaos, I imagine you aren't very liked.
I was about to say.
Yep.
Roll a persuasion.
Guidance is very useful.
And I will offer him assistance.
Here's the new nickname.
Don't need it.
Guidance.
Don't need it.
Here's the new nickname for Garrett. Guidance spam.
Guidance is a useful cantrip.
Yeah, it's a very useful.
Doesn't mean you're not spamming it though.
What is it to you, you mere mortal?
Ooh.
If only I could be called such. I just want to get to know you.
You're not mortal, you're not mortal at all. You almost have power growing like a demigod.
For what it's worth, I don't want it. I really hate it. If I had my way of it, I would just be a simple man.
You feel the power cool down a little bit. Or you feel the heat cool down a little bit.
Let me guess, if I had to say your life story, you were hated a lot for it, because you were put into a being that you were given a responsibility you didn't want.
It's a being I don't want to be.
That is how you and I
being that, yes, people hate me, but there are those who do. However, I have come to terms with my position. That I must be one of.
But you don't. But you're not happy with it.
No.
Can I offer?
Really?
Could this person who wishes to be immortal give advice to one who does not wish to be chaos? Speaking.
I find this to be most acceptable. What is this advice?
Look at it from this perspective. If it wasn't us who had to burden the responsibilities we carry, it would be thrust upon someone else. Small victories. Our suffering makes our responsibility, our hatred of our lot in life, means that someone else doesn't have to experience it. As much as I wish to be a common man, I don't wish my life upon anyone else. And if you're as caring as my friend here says, I don't think you want that either.
No, I do not.
Then take some pride. You're preventing someone else's suffering.
You feel a cold chill go through you, and then quickly fades.
Yeah. I'm telling the truth for the record, because Garrick himself has come to grips with that kind of ideology, because he himself has had to accept his lot in life, albeit not as grand as his, but it's a coping.
It seems as though that you have lost someone too. That
a long time ago
was of my own doing as well. Simply put it, chaos. I pity you for what I have done.
You haven't done anything.
Pity everyone here.
You're not the... Did you tell someone to kill who I lost? Did you tell them specifically to do it? No? Then let me tell you. You're not chaos. You're just the choice that allows chaos. For every person that is chaotic, another person can choose to be good. Without you, I don't think there would be choice in that regard. I'm not telling you should love your life. In fact, if I'm going to be honest, I pity you too. But I can tell you that you matter. You contribute. You help bring choice. Sucks that you had to be the one to suffer for it, but at least others don't have to. Do you need to roll persuasion?
No, you don't.
Okay.
I understand that. I've thought long and hard about that possibility.
And as for your loneliness, when you get back to your regular body, consider me a friend.
That you will need to roll a persuasion check.
I figured. Guidance is very useful. Oh, thank God it wasn't at disadvantage. 26.
You feel the orb kind of have a mixture of both warm and cold and heat. Also, that if it's in a balance. You will have to see about that. But I will say.
Then I only hope I can prove myself to you.
I will say though. No matter how much I despise this form that I am in, this vessel of a part of this world that I play in, it has been centuries that I have thought about these things. And only recently, although I still don't like them, come to more accepting of the fact that I have a role to play. I understand clearly that everybody needs to have a little bit of chaos in their life for the others to survive.
I give the
So the question being, is when the time comes, if it comes, and chaos oversteps his boundaries, are you prepared to face it?
Who knows?
With that, he goes quiet.
I don't know if he can hear me, but I say, who knows? I suppose we'll find out if that ever happens. I give the orb back to Korvac and I look him dead in the eye. You say your faith is waning. What do you believe in? Your ideals. What do you want for this world?
I know that in all things there is a need for balance.
That's an idea. That's not
your I do not know what I truly want for this world.
When you discover
maybe later on down the road I'm to be king. As much as I dislike that idea.
When you find your ideals, I think your faith will be renewed, not in her, but in them. I hand the orb back to you. Like I said, hand back the orb to you. Don't have faith in her. Have faith in whatever you decide to believe in. If you want to make this world a better place, have faith you can do it. If you have faith that you want to restore balance to this world, have faith that you can. But until you find that...
Isn't that what we're already truly doing?
But you really believe in it.
Unfortunately, my power does not come through believing in other things.
Maybe. I tend to interpret your power as faith in your ideals, and whatever god that's most associated with them helps you see it through. I'm not saying you have to believe in her. I have my doubts too, though I do have more of a bias than you. For good towards her. But have faith at the very least in what you believe in, and find something to believe in. I hold out my hand to, like, you know, manly handshake.
Manly handshake.
Manly handshake.
Manly handshake.
The manliest of handshakes.
You son of a bitch.
Alright, Razmira.
Does Korvac take the hand? Real quick.
Yeah, of course he does.
Okay, that's where we'll end it.
Alright, Razmira, real quick, because we didn't get the chance to.
What?
Before the group had left, before you guys had left to go to the mountains, you had an hour to do to do stuff. What did Razmira do?
What would she do? I don't know. She'll most likely roam. Roam a little bit, exploring, refreshing memory. And maybe for the rest of the time she'll be in like her room when she decides, yep, I've had enough of being outside, I'm going back inside.
Alright. Then during the trip to the mountains, since it's an 8-hour trip,
we literally need that 8 hours for rest.
Yep. Is there anyone or anything you'd like to do or speak to during that trip?
For me?
Yes, for Razmira.
Not really. Hold up. I'm gonna be sending someone a DM.
Okay.
Okay.
Ellerin wanted to talk to Razmira anyway, so.
I was gonna wait for Razmira if she wanted
to. Well, I wonder.
Believe it or not.
Well, I wonder who that DM was sent to.
Yeah, I wonder too. Guess we'll never know.
What?
Wait, there's another one? Oh yeah. Hold up.
I wonder who. Do you guys want to keep it secret, or do you want to share with the class?
Hold up.
Great poker face, by the way, Deacon. I could just imagine you in Vegas. Shitty hand. Damn it! I mean, oh no, this is great. This is great. Unless it's a double bluff where you wanted everyone to think it was a bad hand, but then it's a really good hand.
Or maybe. Perhaps.
Mayhaps.
Alrighty, while we wait.
Okay.
Oh, and never mind.
So you totally forgot you had that, didn't you?
You know what? I have forgotten I have that for
Why?
What
the longest
item?
of time.
The Ring of Evasion?
The Ring of Evasion.
Exactly, yes.
Nah.
I keep
Alright,
forgetting I have that ring.
To be fair.
So like at some point, like Rosmira comes by, she comes by Korvac, and she goes, "Hey, Korvac."
Yes.
She throws a crumpled up thing at you. Cloth.
Hmm?
You can have it. I have something else. And she just walks away.
Thank you.
What did she throw at him?
Cloak of protection.
You do know that I gave that cloak to you, right?
I know that.
To be fair.
Because the thing is, I've only been attuned to 2 items in the entire
This
time.
entire time.
Also, again, I think you're attuning to the ring now, I assume.
Yeah.
That
She'll have
explains
the
it.
ring on. She'll have the ring on, and she'll have it invisible once she's
Nice.
attuned to it.
Nice.
Now, is there a soul in it?
Is there a soul in it?
Oh God! It has been hundreds of years.
That,
Oh my
because
God!
if that's the case, then I'm gonna have to talk to whoever's in the soul and try to convince it to go to the afterlife.
No, there isn't.
Oh, amen.
I like to imagine this guy is
1,000 years.
communication. Tell me,
fuck.
who are you? I don't care. Like if you are like the worst person ever, I don't care. I just want to talk to someone.
Just hi.
Ding dong, St. John's, want a pizza?
What the fuck?
I don't care. Share joke. I don't care. It's communication.
What is?
Anyways.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so my armor class is now at 19.
Only one below mine.
Uh,
One above mine. One above mine.
Yeah. Anyway, that's it. What I'm gonna do with Korvac, and that's it. So you wanted to talk to me?
Elloran will go to Rasmira. I assume that she's in like a room that's been designated for her. Or is it just like, or is she just like napping on this at one spot on the boat or the ship?
She'll honestly, if
Her and Garrett would be sharing a room.
Yes, her and Garrick would be sharing a room. So most likely, if she was actually really tired, she'll be like napping at a table. She'll be like crossed arms on the table. Underneath would be like a book.
Well, it was. I wanted to do it before you actually like fell asleep, so I didn't know if you were
Okay,
like
so
gonna be going
she'll
into
most
a room.
likely be reading somewhere.
I assume at like some kind of table or something.
Yeah.
So Elloran will go up, will approach her. May I sit?
So
Yeah,
go ahead.
As he sits down. Hey, I know that we're gonna be heading into the unknown pretty soon, but you know, so we always do.
Why not? We not? She puts down the book and closes it.
He just chuckles. Just wanted to see if everything was all right. I saw that. I saw that you had tossed something to Korvac earlier. Is that the cloak I gave you?
Mm-hmm.
Abandoning my gifts already. I'm hurt.
I would tell you that I would love to keep it, but I have this. She summons the spear, and I have this. She shows you her necklace. And then she kind of like gestures to her right hand, ring finger. You see that the glove has some sort, very faintly, because I'm gonna use your passive perception for this shit.
For
it has 24? There's something up with the glove on the ring finger.
You have a ring. You have a ring there, don't you?
Fine, that's fine. Honestly, I would take the cloak back, but I think I have a better one. As he as he just chuckles to the cloak that's just thrown over his shoulder.
Yes, the one I bought you.
Yes. How funny things go full circle. Hey, before we decide to go, there's one thing I wanted to talk to you about.
What would that be? I don't remember.
You were so quick to experiment with the zone of truth. I think it's yes. I think it's about time. I think it's about time that you answer one of my questions. Under a zone of truth.
I'm going to go retire for the day.
Oh no! I like to think that.
Get up.
I like to think that as she's stepping up, Ella just grabs her collar. Come on. You did it so cavalier with me. I think it's time that you answered.
One of yours.
The thing is about the ring she just put on, it makes her immune to that kind of thing.
Ellerin doesn't know that.
Ellerin doesn't know that.
True.
Why should I? Why? Come on.
Ellerin looks at her dead in her eyes, dead in her eye.
If you actually cared, you would tell me.
Oh, that's a low, bro.
Oh, that's a low, bro.
He's pulling that card.
No. Here's how low that was. You did the Johnny Cage nut punch. That's how low that blow was.
She did it to me. It's only fair.
Oh, I know. It's Cage nut punches all around here.
Okay. Alright. No.
Wow. Wow, so you don't care. He's like, so you don't care about me. I see how it is.
Okay,
Told you
fine.
what I thought of.
Okay, fine.
You know what the best part about it is? Only the caster knows that the spell worked. So for all intents and purposes, Ellerin would have no idea.
Doesn't matter. I can still try an insight or whatever she said, whatever she has.
Does Ellerin know that that's the case, though? Does he know that the caster knows?
Well, he can't tell what ring it is either because it's invisible right now.
Exactly.
You know still for the sake of it.
And so she's going to snap her fingers and
Zone of
truth. Do you willingly fail?
Well, there's no point in me failing because he's the one asking the question.
But you're in the range of it.
I know.
I'm just asking, obviously.
I mean, he would just for the sake.
We're back downstairs. I feel the sudden urge to tell the truth.
God, I hate my life. God, I want all this power.
No, I can assume that.
God, maybe I would like a bucket of popcorn.
I want that bucket of. No. It's. I want a bigger hammer.
Compensating.
No, he just wants a bigger hammer, just for the sake of having a bigger hammer. No compensating.
Oh
it's just
God.
He wants a bigger hammer. Why? Why not?
Now, Ellerin will say.
1 second.
No, I can make a wild assumption that since you're casting the spell, this spell doesn't affect you. No.
That is incorrect. The spell does affect me.
I'm gonna insight that.
Come on, dog.
Good.
Good boy.
She is not lying, but she is lying.
That's not how that works. That's not how that works.
Technically speaking, she could choose to fail to save. Lying. She chose to fail to save. It's just she's immune to the effect.
Yeah, I chose to fail and I'm immune to it.
Here's the thing: the caster's not affected by a zone of truth.
No, they are.
No, they're not.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Okay.
You would know if someone else failed, but that doesn't mean you're affected by it.
All right.
My dog
So
just barged into the room.
I guess
There you
at
go,
that point
just
he
so you
lied.
can look at it.
What's the argument about?
On whether she would be affected by Zone of Truth since she's the one casting it.
No, that's a DM's ruling at that point, Jacob.
A creature that enters the spell's area, and she's in the spell's area.
I mean, it's centered on me. No, it doesn't matter. It's centered on me.
She would be affected.
See? I'm not lying. There's nothing in there that says that I wouldn't be affected anyway.
It says it right there.
Yeah.
Okay, Rasmira. So, I only have one question. You asked me what I thought of the rest of the group. What do you think?
Boys, grab your popcorn. Shit's about to go down.
I already ate it all.
Oh, well, I can get you some.
Don't worry, I have more.
Pop, pop.
No, that's the explosive boom.
No, that's not.
Always the way I always wanted. Okay, no, seriously, Raspberry go.
Okay.
Popcorn out
Now
the
here's
sky.
the problem. Rasmira, under Zone of Truth or not, will always try to be honest.
Exactly.
Yes.
Okay.
He's just looking at her with a brow raised, wanting to hear the answers.
Who do you wish for me to start with?
Doesn't matter.
You're not giving me a lot to work with here.
Nope. And I'm just having a blast.
By the stars. Alright.
And he's not lying, he's having a great time.
By the stars. Okay. She looks around. Is there anybody near there? It's just them. It's just them.
I would
right now.
assume it was just us. Yes.
It's just
you
them.
guys.
Okay.
Bruce silently rolling stealth. No, I'm kidding.
He's looking at her just with a nice, very, very Ellerin-esque shit-eating grin.
Quarterback. He's my adopted brother and all, and I know that I was raised with him and all that, but as of recent events, I still don't know what to think about him.
As you're talking about Korvac, his smile begins to fade. Just that's the only thing you notice.
And I'm still
what the fuck
debating
did I do?
Shut up. I'm still debating whether to still really consider him a brother.
It's what you didn't do.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's not necessarily what you did, it's what you didn't do.
Yeah.
Alright.
Figured as much.
Solace, she's quite the spitfire, literally. And I like her. She has quite the personality. I just don't like how fighty she is. She's always wanting to spar, and sometimes I just don't, and she keeps pressuring me to. And honestly, I'd rather not.
Have you ever asked her that have you ever told her you just prefer not to spar?
I say no, and she then goes, "Ah, well, you see, why you were not taking a challenge?
Why you a coward?
Why you a coward?" And
Not cowardly to say no.
I know, right? But as usually the case, I'm peer pressured into brawling with her, and honestly, I wish we could form quite the sisterly relationship, without all the fighting, since I've already had enough of brotherly sisterly fighting.
Fair enough.
And she is not lying. She gets beat. She was, being the youngest, the very youngest of all of the royal children, she used to get beaten up a lot by the older children. So.
Oh, and her siblings.
And her siblings. She used to get beaten up by all of them. So.
Yeah. Oh, and her siblings. The older children was Ormus there.
Yeah.
That's great.
That's great.
She used to get beaten up by all her adopted kin and her dad. So
And
she's not lying. And her dad.
All right.
Mamaku, I don't know what to. I feel like I actually dropped the ball there. I want to be friends with him. He seems nice. But I feel like I've gotten off on the wrong foot and because I was miserable, and I don't know if that is something that could be fixed, and I hope things can be fixed.
It's worth a try. You know, you were just in a bad place. I think it's only fair that... Well, not fair, but I think it's... If you talk to him, explain the situation, I'm sure he'll understand. He seems pretty reasonable.
You really think so? Well, obviously you're under the zone of truth. Why should I say that?
I know so.
That's what he firmly believes.
Alright. Garrick. She turns red.
As he sees that, he puts his hand up. Stop. You don't need to explain anything there. It doesn't even take someone like me to read what you think about him.
And I think that's all. Yes.
Oh, no. Oh, no. You are forgetting someone.
Oh, I swear I'm not forgetting anybody. I swear you
Oh,
were.
no. I believe that you are forgetting someone.
You're under his own truth, Zill, so you know you're forgetting someone. You can't deliberately lie.
Come on. I told you what I thought about you. What do you think about me?
He says not he says not creepily at all.
I took it there.
And this is 1 second. And this is Jacob.
The way you said it. If I wasn't the one DMing and knew what you were meaning, I would be like,
what the fuck?
So about Eric.
Fair enough. Okay, I should.
You said it exactly how I said it, though.
True, but I don't know. From
Elrin, he's becoming his true self, a bard.
Oh God.
Let's continue onward. Let's continue onward.
This guy does a
Celestials. And now his. Yeah, we'll stop there. Keep going.
How about some other time? I could definitely tell you some other
Nope. No.
Please?
He just looks you straight face now. No.
Damn it.
Giving her the Elrin.
I'm giving her the resting Elrin face.
It's quite intimidating.
He's giving you his resting Elrin face, and it is frightening.
It's intimidating. Okay. Okay, I know we didn't really start start really well at first, and I know you hated me. I swear I know you hated me, and I hated you at the beginning. But everything became a little better, right? And I really do consider you a friend and even a brother, and I hope we could actually process this brother sister kind of relationship. Anyway, I'm out of here. Bye.
Elrin is kind of is standing there for a second. He goes,
That was really sweet.
Fuck you. Fuck you.
Hey, Rasmira. Do you turn around?
She stops.
Do you turn around?
Yes, she looks over her shoulder.
With that same shit-eating grin, even with his metal gauntlets and leather gloves, you see him do what you did and make a heart symbol.
Fuck you. She retreats to her quarters.
As he just sits laughing and sits down at a table.
She is.
Elrin.
Yeah.
As she walks off and you sit down, you feel the world around you begin to stop. Well, hello there, Elrin. It's been a long time, hasn't it?
I assume this is Nami.
Yep.
Nami. Good to see you. What are you doing here?
Well, things have been tied up, as I guess you could say, over in the plains of the gods. So, haven't exactly been able to contact you guys. But I have been keeping my eye out. I just wanted to stop in and check up. How have things been doing?
Good enough, I suppose. We're heading to deal with one of Cassandra's old acquaintances. Now.
Ah. The wretched scoundrels who have gone through and torn up such beautiful land, I presume.
Yes, that would be who they are.
Well, before I get into more detail with that, because I have come bearing a warning for you and the rest of the group, there's a reason I wanted to speak with you directly.
Why is that?
I've asked Korvac this, and I guess you could say I'm making my rounds. What are your plans for whenever this whole situation is done with? Cassandra, world being saved. What do you plan to do?
Settle down and get down. Raise my family, play a more active role in Evelyn's development. And a couple other ideas I've got floating in my head.
That's understandable. I cannot blame you for taking such a peaceful route. However, in your case, I want you to be aware of something. You, as you've been told, are not from here. I would like to provide you with that information. I have a suspicion as to where you're from.
And you're telling me this for what reason?
To prepare yourself for what you will be given is not the end. Someone else will contact you. God damn it.
Damn it.
And you will learn of a new discovery when you guys are finished with this dungeon. Depending on what you guys decide to do. However, Elrin, in your case, you yourself are from the Feywilds.
He just kind of, he's still sitting down, he kind of looks aside.
Does Elrin know what the Feywilds are? Let's be fair.
Actually, yeah, that's a good question. Would I know what the Feywilds are?
You would not. The Feywilds are another plane of existence.
I can
One
assume
that
so.
holds natural beauty, plentiful magic. However, connected to the Feywilds are also the Shadowfells, which you were, albeit in a short amount of time with, were settled down there, I guess I should say. From what I'm understanding, it seems as though, since you're not dealing with madness, a month at most. The Feywilds are the birthplace of Elvenkind.
Juicy lore.
You will be meeting someone shortly that will tell you more on the Feywilds. However, and this is when she goes through and the rest of the party can hear her. I have bearing a warning to the rest of you guys. Down at the bottom of Colmer Mountains, there is a crystal that is being held there by the NMI. There is a person within the crystals.
We already knew this.
They belong to the Feywilds as well. Or at what used to be the Feywilds. Your judgment for how you want to handle with the person is up to you. They have been encased, trapped by something or by someone. Someone you will eventually meet will be, if they find out who is trapped within that crystal, may be opposed to releasing it. However, you all will learn of something connected to the Feywilds. It is a choice you must make. Which brings me to my next point of coming back here. I know I haven't been communicating with you all, and I have apologized for that. I have to apologize for that, but I have been trying to keep the world in its balance as much as possible. Which is why I'm bringing you all information. The dragon slates, or tablets that you guys are so-called looking for, they're not down in the mountains.
I didn't think
They
were.
themselves are residing within Cidria. However, only a selected few are capable of going and obtaining the slates. So, Alrin, I'm not clear, but in due time you will be approached by someone else that will reach out to you in particular. Someone who is on your side, not against you, not against any of you.
Who's always by your side?
They have connections to the current gods who are trapped. And you, Elrin, will be there to message. Prepare yourself for that. As for the rest of you, Alestria is building. But I have come to give you all come to inform you that the resistance that are currently there have actually pushed themselves a little bit over the southern border, taking control of that area. So,
that means they aren't taking them seriously.
they are currently dealing with their own bit of struggles. Fortunately,
oh God! Please don't rally behind who I think they're rallying behind. Please don't be rallying who
I must be going.
Oh, thank God! I'm good not knowing.
In due time, I will be visiting the rest of you. Especially you, Razmira. With that, I bid you all the best of luck.
Please don't have the resistance be rallying behind who I think they're rallying behind. Oh shit, I'm not muted.
And to keep your headstrongs and held high. With that, she disappears. And then the time resumes again for you guys.
Tokyo Toki desu. If anyone gets that reference, good on you.
Nope.
It's what Dio and Jotaro say when time resumes. It's literally translates to and time goes on. Tokyo Toki desu.
Do you guys have any response to that?
Please tell me the resistance is independent and not rallying behind who I think they might be rallying behind.
Ellerin just sits there, pondering what he's been told.
Oh, right. Also, I'm gonna go to Ellerin because I went to my world. I have some knowledge for him.
Yeah. So you'd see him sitting there just at the table.
Yeah, I heard about I heard about the Feywilds.
Well, she did.
She didn't announce it to the rest of the group.
Something about the Feywilds. I did hear something about the Feywilds, and you told me that you were from another plane, so I'm smart enough to put two and two together.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. She said something about the Feywilds.
And I know he said. Yeah, I know, but.
Yeah. Well, so he's sitting there. He's just leaning back, and he goes, "Yes. Apparently, Nami informed me that that's where I'm from."
So I have some information about a version of the Feywilds, and where else?
Well, apparently I also, from what she just said, about a month, resided in some place called the Shadowfell.
I have information about that place too. My week-long trip.
His head snaps towards you. What?
Yeah, I went to not our version of it, but their version, the other world. So the Feywilds are the source of everything Fey, like elves.
You didn't tell me that.
They are typically ruled over by the Archfey, Fey-like beings with the power of deities. It's a land of eternal forest, whether it's trees, mushrooms, it's just a foliage of nature. That's all I got from that.
Nami told me it was a place of beauty.
It's an eternal forest. Yeah. Effectively, it's an eternal forest. The Shadowfell is not so nice.
Well, from what she described, she said I was only there for about a month, so it explains why I went quote-unquote... I never went quote-unquote insane.
Do you want the happy version or the bad version?
Why don't you give me both?
It's a plane of existence. That's a happy version. That is it.
That does not speak volumes about it.
It is a place without color. Black and white, completely, from what they told me. It's ruled by a person known as the Raven Queen, where there is various undead. She has an army called the Shadow Kai, and it's just this place devoid of life where nothing can possibly live. That is it. Nothing grows there. It sucks.
It sounds horrible.
It is, from what I've heard. The benefits of having a week in Odinstead where they know about this shit. And I don't have it in death thing, I just know the basics. Raven Queen, Shadow Kai, sucks.
I don't know anything about either of those planes, so thank you for letting me know.
Yeah. Oh, I doubt the Raven Queen exists in our world, but basically she's like a lesser deity. She basically has, like, collects memories of those she deems, who did wrong in life, and she really hates undead things. Like, ugh.
I can only imagine.
Alright, I just want to let Elrin have some insight, because now, granted, this is their version. I don't know what our version will be like.
Elrin is like, oh, it's funny. Nami told me that that the Feywilds is a place of overwhelming beauty.
From what I've heard, it is.
It's weird that someone like me came from there.
I mean, honestly, like 9.
9 out of what?
10.
No.
You're pretty handsome.
I'm not.
Don't give yourself no credit for that.
No, I'm not that.
I'm going to go to bed, and then we'll wake up, and then I'm going to go to bed.
Elrin's gonna get to his rest.
Yeah. Now, granted,
what is Razmir's reaction to? Or does Razmir have any response to Nami on what she said?
What did you say? Can you repeat what you said?
She basically told you guys that the dragon the dragon slate or tablet that you guys are searching for isn't in the dungeon. It's in Cidria.
Which, to be fair, I didn't think it was in the dungeon. If they had that, it'd just be game over. Cassandra would have that already. It's clear it was hidden somewhere else. I didn't expect Cidria, though, admittedly.
And that she knows she apologized for not showing up and talking to you guys or being there for you guys, but she's been kind of having her hands tied, and that she came through telling that the resistance in Alestria has moved up and captured the southern borderlining them, which Garrick would know is that there's actually a little land bridge that's connecting northern Alestria to the southern part. And they managed to take take control of the bridge leading up to the northern side.
To be fair, something tells me that land is very much self-sustaining.
Along with that, she said that she gave Elrin information. She said that she's going to be speaking to the rest of you guys, especially at some point, especially Razmira.
Okay. At first she would have no response. Like, a couple minutes later she'd be like, "Oh, she never really talked to me in the first place. What the fuck?"
You would have heard Garrick. You would have heard Garrick. I said you shared a room. Basically say, "Oh, please don't let them be rallying behind anyone, please."
Knowing everything, no promises.
Also, I gotta tell Elrin about the Feywilds and Shadowfell. Oh yeah, by the way, I know about the Feywilds and Shadowfell. Gotta go bye! And he comes back.
We both know about the Feywilds and the Shadowfell.
Yes, I forgot about that.
We both know. Now go tell Elrin.
Yep. 5
and then
minutes
once he leaves, she's like, "God, she didn't want to talk to me in the first place, and all of a sudden, oh yeah, she's gonna talk to me. Wow, everybody certainly wants to talk to me."
Last I saw, Ultra was sitting on her. Cocky little bastard. I miss already.
Are you here?
I miss already.
No, his phone died.
Yeah. I'm here.
You sound tired.
Okay.
Well, do you guys not realize the time?
Yeah, we're used to this.
Yes, I'm called an insomniac. All right.
Yeah.
If you want to head off, Deacon, you can go ahead and do so.
Honestly, we're probably just gonna end at the outside of the dungeon. And honestly, I'm just gonna say a few things at Death Knight, and that's it.
Yeah, that's the last bit of this session.
Is ending outside of the dungeon?
Yeah, it's the outside of the dungeon.
Okay. Well,
I have doing that tonight.
Yeah, I have one thing that I want us to do after once we start getting close, which should be a little bit after the long rest, right?
I bet towards the end of it, but yeah.
Was it your phone who died, or was it Snow's?
It was mine.
yours.
It was mine.
Okay, so
Oh,
real quick, TLDR.
Nabi was like,
Nami
yo, Dragon Tablets in Cidria, Resistance going good in Alestria. Sorry I haven't chat. Been busy with life.
Okay.
Well, keeping the world in, basically trying to keep
the TLDR version.
Also out of game, she let Elrin know he's from the Feywilds, and for a brief time resided in the Shadowfell.
I have prepared Hero's Feast.
Oh no! Oh, I love the spell.
Oh.
Which I will use during before the last hour, a little bit before the last hour of when we arrive.
All right.
Hero Feast is great. We're full for a day, and we get extra health for 24
and we're immune
hours.
To poison and fear.
Yep.
Actually, that's gonna benefit you guys greatly for what I have planned. So, good on ya. Anywho, so you guys arrive.
Real quick, there's also another effect. Korvac, you gotta roll the dice for the health.
Oh, yep.
Oh, yep,
okay,
yep.
So...
Because here's the thing, for 24 hours, our max HP increases by
raised by that much.
Which I'm just gonna cap it's temporary for the sake of stuff, and I'll just refresh it like the 3 long rest.
And then
2d10.
And then our health does... Yeah.
Oh, and by the way, these don't end on a long rest. It has to be 24 hours exactly.
It's exactly for 24 hours.
Exactly.
Yep.
Also, Momoku would benefit in this too, Jacob. Oh.
Whatever.
It's 6 extra HP.
Oh. It's 6 HP we didn't have.
Yep. And hey,
yeah, you could get hit by a dagger. You'll be fine.
You got Jesus Christ, I just remembered. I remember watching this D&D stream, and these NPCs were doing badly, they didn't hit, and then the DM finally hit with a punch, and it didn't get through the temporary HP, and he was like, that's 4 damage for you, mister!
So,
I remember that.
We are immune to poison, being frightened, and all wisdom saving throws we make is at advantage.
Yay.
Yay!
Hero's Feast is a stupid good spell.
Yep. Alright. So you guys, as you guys arrive towards the mountains, you guys land in a forest clearing that has a pretty large sized hole digged up, and you see a little platform that's been built for the ship. The ship lands, and you see a small, dark-skinned dwarven, older dwarven walk up to you guys. It looks like he's about 250. Hello there. Welcome to Colma Mines. I heard you guys were coming on business with the king.
Yeah. Has an individual in a dark cloak really edgy? Not him, I point to Elrin. Different edgy guy.
You.
Yes, each didn't die.
Actually, he's standing right over there towards the mines. He points
to the
he points what looks to be a 6-minute walk up there to the entrance of the mines, and he's just sitting there, kind of like with his arms crossed.
He's in the piccolo pose, I like to imagine.
Shit.
Where is the flipping? It's this one.
Scary.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we've closed off operation. I mean, there's still people inside the mines that are...
We'll get them out if possible.
Who they work on their late shift, but...
We'll get them out if possible.
Over,
Trust me, you don't want your people down there.
Okay, well, I'll go and bring in the order. But, come. He leads you up to the top.
Yep.
You approach a kind of 10-foot wide and diameter hole, and this place is lit up by plenty of lanterns, but you can see a small glow deep within this cave. The Death Knight looks at you guys, nods his head.
You and I gotta stay out here for a little chat, friend. I looked at Death Knight.
He looks at Elrin, he's gonna try speaking with Elrin again. Will Elrin allow him to speak with him?
You would.
I will only speak with you. And will only give small amount of information.
He only wants to
He
speak to me.
Hold on, I wasn't finished. If
Okay.
he wants to get answers, he tells you, and we speak in private.
Elrond looks to Garrick. He only wants to speak to me.
I look at him. Alright then, fine. Tell him that he bloody well knows he can kill me if I say the wrong thing, so he has nothing to be afraid of. Tell him he knows he bloody well can kill me if I say the wrong thing, so he shouldn't be afraid of a little one-on-one.
We'll say that.
He responds with, Alright.
Vocally or telepathically?
Telepathically.
Mm-hmm.
He looks and he sees Solus and Korvac there, and you guys can tell that he kind of gets a bit agitated, and it slowly forms into anger, but subsides.
Someone's a bit moody. Korvac says under his breath.
So he looks over at you, Garrick, and he vocally speaks. You tell him the questions that you wish to be asked, and I will answer to him.
Are you afraid of me?
Elrin, you get no.
He says no.
Good. Then he wouldn't mind answering my questions himself. After all, we are family, albeit adopted.
Roll a persuasion at disadvantage. You will need to beat a DC 20.
Giving myself guidance.
Nice.
Oh. Disadvantage.
I said
unless
disadvantage.
Ellen gave me the help action because of telepathy.
Well, the question being is help with what?
Well, to be fair, he is relaying his message.
He is relaying the message.
We could, I mean, yeah, technically, yeah.
And
could that count as me giving him the help action?
30, if that's true, if that works.
Unfortunately, no.
Then could Ellen give me the help action in a different way? Because that would just negate the disadvantage.
It depends on how he's going to give the help action.
I guess you have to say something that like is logical, basically.
How would I say that?
This guy is a tough cookie, and even without speaking directly to Elrin, he's still on edge about talking to you guys.
Well, I know, which is why I'm not going to ask him any pressing questions. I just want... not anything, really. Trust me, I have a plan.
So you're trying to persuade him that
I just want to talk to him for like 2 minutes in private. I'm not going to ask him any real pressing questions. I just want to talk.
All he wants, he says to the Death Knight, all he wants is to talk. He's not going to do anything. I know him. He's not a fool, and he knows that you can kill him at any time. Just listen to what he has to say. He has no ill intent towards you.
He looks over at Razmir and Solus. those two other paladins, correct? He
They
says.
are.
He says in telepathy. Then
If he wants me in a zone of truth, I'll happily oblige.
I would like a zone of truth.
He wants a zone of truth put up for you.
Do it.
To make sure you're not lying.
Do it. I am not going to lie.
Fortunately, I did not prepare it.
I willingly failed the saving throw.
And she comes, makes sure everybody's within 10 feet of her.
Not everyone, just me. Only me.
Oh, just you? Okay.
Yeah, just me. Focusing on me. I'm the only one who needs. I'm the only one who wants to
Oh,
talk to him.
it's focused on me anyway, so you have to stand within.
I
10
stand
feet
next
of
to
me.
you. I stand next to you.
And then she goes, snaps her fingers,
Yep.
and it's up.
All right. First
And
off,
he willingly fails.
will
Is
he?
Am I still relaying the message?
Yes.
The other questions together.
Jesus, this guy.
Will he do any harm to myself?
No.
Just himself?
Yeah. For the sake of brevity, I will just say.
Yeah, for the sake of brevity.
Yeah, because this is why I was kind of hoping to get a one-on-one. No.
Yeah.
Not unless you attack first.
Okay. Second, if by any chance, when this endeavor is done, will he swear that he and the rest of your team, you will walk separate ways for the time being?
Not unless I can convince you to join us.
It won't happen. I have other things that I must attend to on this.
Oh, I'm not talking about physically join us. I mean, fight with us. Join our cause.
That is something I can't exactly give you a clear answer for. At this point, he's done with telepathy.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Something I can't exactly can't give a clear answer for. That would be something I will have to.
That's why I want to talk to you in private.
About.
I'm pretty sure I know who you are.
Hold on. One last one. If at any moment, that any of these questions were to hit home and make me feel a bit uneasy about it, would you be willing to stop if I asked you to stop?
Of course. After all, I want you to help us. It wouldn't do good if I made you uncomfortable now, would it? Oh,
Then
yeah.
I suppose we are done.
No.
With the untruth. And
Okay.
you can ask me what you would like to ask.
You were raised by Cassandra, weren't you?
Yes. Yes, I was.
She raised you better than she raised me, didn't she? Love, compassion, am I right?
Yes. Yes, she did.
I know that you've lived a comfortable lie. A lie you call truth. But it is still a lie. Whatever she told you of us, whatever horrible things she claimed we did, to whoever you cared about, they're not true. In this timeline or the one you left behind. I want to propose a deal. If we can convince you we're not who she said she was, would you consider fighting with us, turning against her?
He looks down, and you see a bit of confusion within his body language, and to some degree, a small bit of confliction.
If you say no, we'll go our separate ways. I'm not gonna force this on you, kid.
That is something I can't answer right off the back. If I will give it some thought.
That's all I can ask, kid. And I'm not gonna ask you who your parents were. I pretty sure I know already, and I know that would make you uncomfortable. So I'll drop that topic until you're ready to talk about it. In the meantime, as long as you don't attack us, we won't attack you. Mutually assured destruction.
I think I can agree with that.
Good.
I don't like this idea any more than I'm sure the rest of you do. But I will make that one thing clear. I don't know who entirely my real parents are. And since I am here, I'm to seek it out.
I believe I know who they are, but I don't have proof. And honestly, because of where you're from, there's no way we can get any answer. How about this? At the end of this, I'll tell you who I think they are. I'll tell you where they are, and then you can talk with them.
No. If you are to talk to me about such a thing, the only thing I want to hear is from the land that whence they came from, and I will make my decision.
Fine.
Then and there, whether or not I am to approach them.
They hail from Cidria, and the land of Gadel, if I'm right.
If that is what you say, if you speak the truth.
I can't lie on this, kid. I'm only speculating. But based on who you are, based on how I know our mother, then...
Impossible. There'd be no way that I'd be welcome there. Especially if those who, as much as I don't want to deem as enemies, are my enemies that are here. Then there is no way that I can go and approach my true parents. He goes and picks up his scythe.
You mean the double-bladed scimitar? Or does he have a scythe now?
His double-bladed scimitar. I meant to say that.
Mm-hmm.
He goes and twirls it around and puts it on his back. Let's get this business started.
Alright,
Goes
kid.
walking in.
Whatever you say, kid. And that's where
That's where we're gonna end tonight's session.